Alrighty, welcome everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Welcome back to Final Fantasy X, more post-game. Last time we did technically defeat Yojimbo, well at least the initial forms, but I'll go back there in order to actually beat him, because I've learned that I haven't beaten him yet, since I missed one side room apparently. Besides that, I have tried to see how to approach the Mega Sisters, and very little success to be completely frank with you. And this is why I'm kind of sitting right here. So what I've been doing is I've done a little bit of preparation. And you might notice that Yuna now has 99 sphere grid levels. I haven't filled it out yet because I want to do that on stream / video, if you will. And that's gonna be the plan. I will get Yuna basically maxed out as well, because I can't really think of much of a way to do this otherwise, to be completely honest with you. Because I think we will want to use an Aeon, and in order to efficiently use Aeons, she needs a sufficiently high agility in order to get through this. Otherwise, basically, she will just kind of be there and likely not do a whole lot more. And besides that, Yuna is definitely one of the more interesting characters, in my opinion, to try and maximize here. Because her Aeons do directly benefit from her stats as well. And who knows, maybe some of them will actually manage to survive in some capacity. I highly doubt anything can survive the Delta attack, but we'll see. At least we should hopefully get the Aeons to the point that they don't automatically die to the initial attack of the Mega Sisters, so we can have more than one Delta attack survival in there. So yeah, that's what I did. I created a weapon for Yuna, the Heavenly Axis, with triple AP overdrive to AP triple overdrive. I defeated the Eye boss a bunch more times just to get money. So that's kind of mostly what I've done. So, and that's going to be the plan for now. Just going to max out Yuna. I will potentially have to consider maxing out more strength and more cactus, and also the accuracy in order to maybe nuke down one individual Mega Sister rather than trying to nuke all of them with spells, but we'll cross those bridges when we get to them. In the meantime, welcome to just maxing out another character, I suppose. And that's, well, probably going to take a while. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome everybody. I hope you have the most pleasant day so far. This could be taking a while, though. Mega Sisters seem to be the difficulty we were looking for, something like that. Mega Sisters are definitely an interesting kind of challenge, to say the very least. I haven't, well, once I'll know what the trick about fighting them is going to be, if there is one, that's when I will decide whether I like it or not, but for now, I'm just going to try and see whether I can solve that encounter in some capacity. But yeah, in the sphere grid, for anybody who may have more recently joined us, we have already maxed out physical defense, magic defense, as well as magic attack power. We have not maxed out accuracy, which I was told that I can basically add luck and accuracy up, and it doesn't really matter for those two numbers combined to go above 255. But I have enough accuracy spheres to put into the grid for if I decide to, well, actually go ahead and pursue that avenue, if you will. So in the meantime, don't really have a whole lot else to say. Going to see how far we can push Yuna's stats at this point. Because my previous endeavors on maximizing the stats has been mostly around Waka, Lulu, and the others, I'm actually not entirely sure whether we will potentially be lacking one or the other stat to maximize on Yuna here in particular. But, well, once again, we'll see. This will probably take a while anyways. That's quite alright. Like how you can see all the other various colors of the grid based on which other characters have maximized everything. So in fact, the only characters we haven't maximized yet, well, I say maximized, but it's not really maximized entirely yet since I haven't bothered maximizing strength or luck either way. And I'm trying to see whether I can get away with while not doing that anyways. Either way, the only characters we haven't done that with yet is Riku and Auron. At this point I don't feel the need to necessarily do this with Auron anyways. What's that ability? Dispel? Yeah, we want Dispel. At this point I don't really see the need to do this with Auron anyways, but Riku could technically be, well, potentially useful, just purely because her mix command could be incredibly helpful, and without enough agility, kind of like the reason as to why I'm optimizing Yuna here, without enough agility she would just get into the mix and then she would be stuck there for a relatively long time in comparison to the other characters, as well as, well, more importantly, the enemies and bosses. So yeah, not a whole lot else to say for now. I hope you had a good start into the next year. If you have anything to share, feel free to let me know. I don't know what I should be talking about. Hey Panzerkampfwaffel, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Mug. I'm not gonna bother getting Mug. One thing I did accidentally look up, I guess you could say, is that when I was trying to look up on how evasion works, while kind of trying to research this, one of the comments I happened to read in one of the forums where that question was asked as well is, yeah, evasion, you really only need this and this much because the most, or the highest dodge chance you need is against specifically Dark Ixion. And that's basically kind of telling me that evasion probably does not help against the Maga Sisters. I mean, it still might, but now my thinking is unfortunately a bit biased towards it probably doesn't do anything. So there's that. But just in case you were curious as to why I'm not really thinking about evasion at all currently, that's why, largely. Kind of why it's a bit dangerous to research these things on your own rather than asking people for that specific advice if you're trying to not necessarily figure out more than what you're looking for. But at the same time, I really like knowing about the mechanics and then just kind of working with them. Alright, Yuna needs more ability points, so we just go ahead and do the good old Tonberry strategy here, where we attack once, he's gonna counter-attack us, and I've already set up everything. Essentially Yuna has a weapon that converts overdrive into experience, and on top of that her weapon also has triple overdrive, so she actually earns 3 times as much overdrive as she normally would, and it has triple AP, which means she earns 3 times as much experience as she normally would. So consequently... Oh, I wanna steal. So consequently... Tidus getting hit like a truck gives her a ridiculous amount of experience every time, because he gets effectively hit for maximum damage. If Tidus had less maximum HP, he would actually get hit for... she would actually get more experience, because effectively the overdrive gain through the comrade overdrive mode, where you gain overdrive when your ally gets hurt, is relative to their maximum HP. So the lower the maximum HP is, the more overdrive Yuna would gain, and so I would have to, well, do this a bit less, so to speak. One thing I haven't done yet is I haven't created a proper armor for Yuna yet, but I'm also not entirely sure what I will need aside from auto haste. So my current plan is to get Yuna in there for the Aeons mainly. And curious enough, I actually do not necessarily want to overdrive summon the Aeons for Yuna, because that would, well, use her overdrive gauge, and if you use one of these abilities, your time until your next action is increased in comparison to using a regular action. But I don't know whether it's increased relative to regular summons, to be fair. I don't know the values for those. I just assume that's kind of how it works. So, may have needed one more. I think I tried to steal 3 times. Okay, 3 times is 95 ability points. That is sufficient. Let's see. Oh, you're the wrong guy. Here we go, Yuna. Let's see. If Yuna and Waka both max out the sphere grids, their stats are almost identical. Wouldn't it then be reasonable to say that Yuna could be a bit Blitzball player? Interesting. I didn't know that. I mean... maybe. But what I certainly would say is that if you look at stats and would like to make an argument about Blitzball, Lulu has more evasion than Tidus. Actually, Lulu has the most evasion of all of them. And that is with a dress that looks super heavy. So I say that she would be the most amazing Blitzball player ever if she decided to go down that route. Yeah, we're going there first. Definitely want to have auto life as well. Oh, not just the heavy dress wearing her down. I mean, well, I've got nothing. Oh, by the way, the reason why I have some more level 4 spheres, if you were paying close attention, on stream I did not get any more level 4 spheres to open up that gate previously. The reason why I have them is because I was thinking, oh, double AP is fine. So I was trying to get more winning formulas? I forget what they are called exactly. Either way, try to get those, but the catch about them apparently is that the catch about them is that the only time you can bribe an enemy is not the type of chimera that you can bribe it from in the arena or that you can normally get. So there's basically one unique chimera where you can bribe the winning formula from. So I bribed a regular chimera and it turns out that gives you level 4 spheres, which I didn't know about actually. This is Napgil. I don't care about getting Napgil, so we don't go all the way in there. The curious part is, unless I try to get more maximum HP with characters, getting them all the HP nodes is not really all that relevant either. And from what I can tell, what I'm currently dealing with the Mega Sisters is not really affected much by the concept of having even 99,999 HP, which, if I were to optimize a bit, we could reach that with Waka, and actually, we could reach that with everybody, technically speaking. But considering that the problem is that I get hit for, well, basically literally exactly that much to begin with, without being seemingly able to reduce the amount, then it's kind of pointless to try and survive that much anyways. Plus, Hold Alive apparently does not work on the Mega Sisters, so that doesn't help. Bribe? Yeah, you don't need to learn Bribe. Everybody else has it already. Hey Valakar, welcome, I hope you're doing well. Did I recover from my Seeker of Mana run? Well, mostly. I wanted to already stream the day before yesterday, but still too tired. So I think today is quite a good day. That raises the question, what would do more damage? Lulu using the magic to puppet a Blitzball and have it kick someone, or Waka violently throwing a stuffed Moogle at someone? Lulu using magic to puppet the Blitzball? Does she need to use magic for that? Copycat. I mean, technically useful. Waka making Blitzball do actual damage is a miracle in itself. Yeah, well, maybe, maybe not. You've ever been hit by like a high-speed football? Well, actually, you don't even have to get hit by it to know that these things can hit pretty hard. You kind of want to see a mod where Waka's weapons are swapped with Lulu's dolls now. Oh dear. That could be pretty fun, because if you think about it that way around, then Lulu would set down a little Blitzball gently, and it would just slowly waddle over to an enemy in order to just viciously hit them. A Blitzstall. But anyways, I would say, isn't it kind of a requirement for a summoner to have a guardian who is good at swimming to begin with? Or be good at swimming themselves? Because how else would you get past Mount Gagazet trials? Like, you literally can't go through that. Hello. So I did steal 3 times, and that was sufficient. 1. I'm building Yuna to buff Aeons. Yes, to buff Aeons, and more importantly, to max out her agility, honestly. In case you're curious, Kimari does not actually have killed enough in order to max out well, hit the damage against him. But technically what I can do is I can attack once with Kimari. And this should give actually 99 levels to Yuna as well. I need to steal 2 more times with him. Oh, I defended with him. Yeah. No, I can just attack with him. So I attacked so far once with Kimari. So the remaining times I should be able to attack. So this is attack number 2. Actually, thinking about it, I have written down how much HP this thingy has. Because previously I effectively only attacked with Tidus whatsoever, and if there's only one attack remaining on this thing, there's not much of a point in waiting for Tidus to attack. Anybody else could attack too. My spreadsheets. There it is, Species Conquest. No, not Species. Area Conquest. 480,000, so we can attack it 4 times without it getting killed. The 5th time is gonna get it knocked out. And of course I already did lose count, as a matter of fact. I think, yep, that does the last one. So this was actually the correct time to attack here. 98, so Kimari did not quite manage to max out Yuna's experience. I do happen to remember that I have to separately dip down here to begin with. I think this ability here was not that useful. Power Break. Well, I mean, it's technically useful, but considering that... Well, no, there would be a reason. I'm not gonna worry about it. There technically is a reason to get Power Break separately instead of All Break, because then I would know whether it would have worked. But I'm not really going to even worry about getting Full Break with Yuna. Maybe I should. I'm going to. Okay, welcome home, Shiva. That's good to know. I hope you're recovering well. This was Flee. I mean, sure, technically always useful. Haste, single target. Definitely always useful. Because it has a much shorter delay than using multi-target haste. At least I think it does. I'm actually not entirely sure about this anymore, now that I think about it. It would trigger your OCD if you would leave out abilities if you were near them. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm literally just doing this to... Just in case you're curious. I'm doing this mainly to avoid having as much clutter in my... battle menu, so to speak. So the less abilities I have to go through in order to worry about things, the easier it is for me to just kind of select the correct abilities more efficiently. So to me, it's more of a case of I don't need to maximize everything, but I do want to make combat just kind of more interesting to myself. And if I can select the abilities that are relevant more quickly, then I do fulfill that criteria, in my own opinion. So I kind of somehow missed that I could go that way around over there to begin with. Provoke. Ah. Soon running out of strength sphere. You have the tendency to want to do 100% of things when you're this close. That's fair. I dare to say a lot of people just kind of do 100% for the sake of doing 100% to begin with. Nothing inherently wrong with that. To me, I just figured out for myself that more often than not, that ends up just being more work than I'm willing to go for. I'll have to go through these again anyways. The right or down? To the right. I'll have to backtrack through here anyways. But yeah, for anybody who might be curious, there has been a time in my life where I did in fact feel very compelled to just do 100% in games because it was there to do. It's a game that I bought, and it would have been kind of strange, at least at the time, to just, you know, not get everything because I'm already here. I enjoy playing the game, but I don't know at which point it was. But at some point, I just kind of started to recognize that it ended up being much less pleasant if I just continued playing anyways, even if I didn't really feel like it, just for the sake of sating that idea of 100% to begin with. And one of the convenient things for me is, as much as my mind is not the best, I guess? Either way, one of the convenient things that I happen to be able to do is I just feel like, alright, this makes rational sense for me to just not do. Because, you know, I haven't really enjoyed doing 100% in a number of cases, so let's just only do it if I want to do it to begin with, because I happen to want to play more of the game. And to me, it's easy to just decide that, okay, this is how I want to do it, or, well, for that matter, not do it. Which I I'm reasonably certain that is not true for a lot of people. In terms of just kind of deciding, okay, I'm just not gonna do that. You had that with the first Bravely Default, since you tried to grind out all the jobs before finishing the last dungeon. I see. That makes sense. Because that sounds like a lot of work to grind out all the jobs for everybody anyways. Even if I have never played the first Bravely Default. Alright, we do need power spheres, mana spheres, and 1 speed sphere. As well as more experience. Well, let's go do that. Like in this case, curiously enough, it would have probably turned out to be faster in the long run if I were to just aim to max out everybody's sphere grid to begin with. So I could just use their abilities whenever I want, once I'm done with that concept. So I think if I just heal you up... You're going to have a quicker animation, since you're not in your weakened animation that you need to get out of every time. Wonder with the Waka. So the main problem about... Well, basically nobody aside from Waka and Kimari currently have Auto Phoenix. One. The 5th attack will knock it out. You finished your... You like planning your growth in games where the game lets you grow your cactus in whatever direction you choose. But often that involves learning things that are spoilers. Yeah, I definitely understand that what you mean. And that is kind of where I'm kind of lucky that I'm a streamer and I often play most of the games that I play these days on stream. Not all of them, but most of them. And the reason why I'm lucky is because I can just ask the chat and they will often just kind of give me exactly the information that I'm looking for, which definitely helps a lot. Why does Phoenix Down give you 9998 HP? Because it's doubled from the previous number. So, Phoenix Down revive you with 50% HP, which I have 9999 HP, halved is 499. Oh, 4999.5. Rounded down, because you can't really heal a half HP point in this game. And so it basically just rounds that down, and then whatever that number is gets doubled afterwards. I didn't pay attention as to how many... Oh, okay. Do you have any tips for the Chocobo race? The one where you need to do the balloon things. Or was that a different one? That one. Maybe somebody in chat has like useful information. Because I feel like I just got really lucky. Like, from what I gathered, the most important part is to not get hit by the birds. There is luck involved, so there's a decent chance that you're just getting unlucky and there's nothing you can do about that. Oh, I need to switch weapon with Kimari. What else? What you could try, depending on what you play on, if you have a controller with a D-pad, maybe if you're using usually your analog stick, try using the D-pad, because the game doesn't really react too well to the analog stick to begin with. So might as well use the D-pad, and that could help you potentially as well. But aside from that, I unfortunately don't really have any particularly good tips, since I'm not particularly experienced in this game, actually. Not Power Break, that's the wrong one. Yeah. Thank you for helping, chat. I do appreciate it. There are 2 points in the base where a camera angle changes, and it makes you miss balloons or get smacked by seagulls. Yeah, those are super annoying. Actually, those points are probably the biggest reason why I am saying that I think I got really ridiculously lucky. In that, since I got it like what? In the second race I finished, not in the second race I tried. Is that right? That doesn't seem right. I got it really quick. I don't exactly remember how quick it was. But it was much quicker than I would expect. You got 0.00 seconds once, but you need the negative time for the reward. Oh, that stinks. Oh, alchemy, yeah, sorry. I didn't realize that. Yes, the Phoenix Down heals 9998 because alchemy doubles the healing value of items. And, well, like, alchemy is a thing that is on a weapon at times. Oh, by the way, on a separate note, while grinding the one eye, I did by now actually get 99 dark matters, so I could make another ribbon armor, in theory, if I wanted to do that. Wonder how much you heal by now. Definitely enough. So I think I need one more speed. That. And then that should be it for now. Alright. Put all of these and back into the grid we go. Where am I? I actually did acquire a coffee delivery, which was unexpected. Hello, and welcome. I hope you have a nice day. Maybe remove that Chocobo. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. Thank you, Valakar. I just tend to ignore Jagabot messages for the most part, so I don't even notice that it's still message using the message from the beginning stream. So, whoops. DJ Carmichael, thank you. Thank you for the raid and the host, and welcome everybody. I hope you're doing well. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. I hope you have a most pleasant day so far. Welcome to Final Fantasy X, where I'm just slowly working my way through the post-game of Final Fantasy X. Please no spoilers about the bosses, I haven't beaten yet. Which I haven't fully beaten Yojimbo yet, apparently. And I haven't beaten the Dark Maga Sisters and... yeah, whatever the thing afterwards is. Thank you for the good luck and welcome everybody. So, I saw you were doing some more no-hit things in Zelda games. I have to admit I didn't check exactly which Zelda game it was. It was actually not one of the ones that I've played yet. But welcome. And anybody, if you like some challenge runs, maybe check out DJ Carmichael, who is doing, currently at the very least, quite a lot of no-hit attempts in a variety of games. Currently I think mostly Zeldas, if I'm not mistaken. Today was Wind Waker HD. Ah, I see, that's the one. Spoilers, the bosses are hard. Yeah, apparently. So currently I'm working on just maxing out the Sphere Grid with Yuna. I was trying to get away with it, not doing this. But I'm kind of ran out of ideas on how to tackle the Maga Sisters. I just feel like I need the additional agility for Yuna to be able to do much of anything here. Oh. Is Cougar? Cougar? Is Ice Cougar 64? Is Cougar? Feel free to correct me if you'd like to. Thank you for subscribing with Prime Gaming. Welcome to you. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Hope you're doing well. Not maxing the stats? Might as well do a no sphere grid run. Well, you can do a no sphere grid run if you want to, but I don't have enough knowledge for that yet. Speaking of which, if you'd like to explain mechanics, I'm happy to learn. Feel free to tell me all about them. That's kind of the most things I have to say for now. But yeah, I'm not maxing out the sphere grid. Like, I'm not a completionist. I don't really care enough, if you will. But I do like an interesting challenge, or a stupid challenge, if you will. Also, apparently I missed these things over here. And in my book, this definitely kind of probably goes under both flags of interesting and quote-unquote maybe stupid challenges. Because so far, I really like Final Fantasy X. What I do think I do like the most across the board, however, is the main story and just the freedom on how you can build your character. I think this is just really fascinating. But I'm not so sure about the post-game stuff. I think it is... what's the word? Too narrow? And not enough guidance on how you can get away with the minimum amount of things you do, if you will. Basically, it feels like at some point I have enough knowledge and I could just max out the sphere grid, but when am I supposed to do that for like the stronger endgame or post-game bosses, if you will? Because if I do it too early, then the initial ones are just all going to roll over and die because my stats are way too high. But if I don't do it early enough, then I might just not really stand much of a chance. It's kind of a weird balance there. Is it possible to fill out the entire grid? Yes, it's actually not even particularly difficult. It's just very time consuming. What's this thing over here? The Laybuster? Nah. I guess I haven't experimented with it, that works or not. Speaking of challenges, Yaga, did you see the Final Fantasy VII Chop Challenge? I have seen it exists, but since I have never actually played Final Fantasy VII, well, further than basically the beginning, I didn't really look much further into it, to be honest. In case you're curious, for my characters, I have maxed out so far magic defense, physical defense, and I do have enough accuracy spheres to max out all of these as well. But I will probably just start doing that once I get back to Yojimbo, so I don't have to just aim and lock up everybody before starting to attack to begin with. Just to make that a bit simpler. Since I have technically defeated Yojimbos, well, I don't know whether there's a third form, or a last form, or a final form. Don't tell me, please, if you do know. I just know that I missed one of them, apparently. Wrong way. Oh, that's why I can't go any further. So we need more power spheres. Apparently. Hello. And more experience too. Revenant Kikyo just made an event for it. It seemed like it could be fun, so you're gonna try it over the weekend. Interesting. Alright. So, can you explain the outline on how it's working, alright? Because it could potentially be interesting. Because maybe it will actually entice me to, well, finally play through the game to begin with. You cannot transform red into a blue mage just for the kicks. A red blue mage. I assume red 13. So is it going to... Actually, I guess... Is it going to use a mod in order to have like different chops on different characters? Because I think... Wait, no, that's Final Fantasy 9 where Queen is the blue mage. I actually don't know who would be the blue mage normally in Final Fantasy 7. Assuming there is one. I actually don't know how Final Fantasy 7 mechanics work to begin with. Every character gets a chop class, so which decides what material they are allowed to equip. Okay. So... Is 7 more like 10? Oh wait. Wait. Do you equip materia in order to learn abilities, kind of like Final Fantasy 6 with the Espers? Klaus got assigned to be a summoner. Interesting. 7 isn't like X. Until I get Singstorm Sound. Your materia give you your abilities, so you don't learn the abilities through the materials, you can just use them if you equip them. I assume. But materia has growth. Does the materia itself grow? Does that mean you can attach it to somebody else afterwards? We need to quote-unquote level your materia. And it can also duplicate and quote-unquote give birth to other materia once it's maxed. That sounds like a pretty involved system. You really ought to play Final Fantasy VII at some point. It's a good game. I believe it. I will play it at some point. There's a lot to like about Final Fantasy games, I feel, so... yeah. You're both looking forward to and dreading the upcoming Quad Circle run of Final Fantasy V. Wait, when are you gonna do that? Either way, good luck with that. I feel like Quad Circle run in Final Fantasy V can be very enjoyable, like just genuinely enjoyable, as long as you know what you're getting into. It's actually quite a nice grind. That might sound weird, but well, I did like it. It's rather unique in terms of level existence and battle mechanic. Alright. The original, mind you, the remaster is a beast of a different kind. Oh, it definitely is very different. I understand that part. Yeah, it does look very interesting too though, so I will want to play that sometime. I'm just kind of... I probably feel like I should just play the original before I play the remaster sometime though. I like how the remaster's battle system looks. It looks kind of fun. Whenever you're done with all of Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest XI, whew, good luck to you, Blind Empire. Oh yeah, you didn't need to max out further. Also, if I'm going to go put in all the aim spheres into this grid here, I'm gonna put them in the bottom left because this appears to have quite a lot of space still. Actually, when I'm going to do this, because I will be doing that. Trust is useful. Is that the most common opinion? You haven't played Final Fantasy except for 10 and you loved it. You've been told 10 and 7 are the best. Are those the most common opinions? I don't know about most common opinions, but these are definitely some of the games that most people really enjoy, yes. Like 10 for me is very high up on games that I really like a ton. Like this game, Final Fantasy X has so many things to like I just love the story, kinda the setup, the presentation of it. I do really enjoy the battle system and the freedom of routes you can take in the sphere grid as well. So it's definitely up there for me. I have never really played 7, but I do know that a lot of people absolutely love that one. And considering the amount of people, they probably have a good reason for it. All Final Fantasy games get some amount of hate. I mean, I suppose. To me it's just always like, don't hate on a game. You might just not enjoy it, but maybe somebody else does. That's just kind of my opinion though. Because it's just natural. Not every game is for everybody, especially if you look at more, let's say, modern Final Fantasy games like 15. A lot of people don't seem to like them, but yet on the other hand, it looks kind of interesting to me. I've never played it, by the way. And I can see it being quite enjoyable. And I also do on the other hand, know quite a few people who really like it. On X2, you didn't enjoy some parts, but the combat system was awesome. Yes, that's kind of the most common opinion I heard about Final Fantasy X2. That the story is not that great for them, but the combat system pretty much universally is being highly praised in Final Fantasy X2. I do know certain, like, story beats of Final Fantasy X2. And I'm just kind of... I like cheesy endings and stuff. You know, the... oh, it was unlikely, but it's a happy ending type of deals. So I don't think I would mind. But... I have come to appreciate the more tragic endings, like, well, Final Fantasy X here, over the years. Bred 13 indirectly. 13? I think a lot of people really like 13 as well, though. Actually, that's kind of an interesting point. There is not a single Final Fantasy where I haven't heard at least one person mention that it's their favorite or one that they really like. To me, Final Fantasy 1, I played the NES version on the NES Mini, mainly for its legacy, and I think it's kind of neat. But there's a lot of people who really adore it, especially with the more recent well, craze, I guess you could say, for randomizers and such. And I think it's really intriguing on how much people get out of, especially even just the NES version, but then there's the PSP version, the PlayStation version, and probably a bunch more, even the Pixel remakes, I guess. 6, 7, 9, and 10 are often mentioned as the most popular / best ones, but it's all in your preferences, indeed. It will always be preferences in the end. And who knows, maybe even though one is almost universally acclaimed, you might just not like it for one reason or another. But traditionally, when a game is really well beloved by a lot, chances are there's something interesting there for a lot of people, even if it's not for everybody. That's kind of what I've found. Is it going to be great for me? I don't know. I may have to watch some gameplay or even play it for a while in order to figure that out. And I wanna move over here. You haven't heard anyone then? Imagine that might be a little typo there. I love the concept of Final Fantasy II in terms of, like, just how it works, if you will. Or, like, just kind of conceptually, I think it's great, even if the implementation apparently isn't that great. But even with a flawed implementation, you can derive a lot of fun of just kind of using, learning, and abusing the system. Final Fantasy III is, I think, the first one where you can actually switch and change jobs. I haven't played it myself, so I don't really know, if you will. Then again, I also haven't played Final Fantasy II, so take whatever I say with a grain of salt. Final Fantasy 2 is basically Saga Beta. The only Saga game I played is Saga Frontier. And I'm really glad I played the remaster, not the original. But despite all that, I'm just really fascinated by Saga Frontier. I think it was really neat. And I enjoyed it. Like, I'm glad I played it. It's definitely a lot like Legend of Mana. Very, very niche in terms of what kind of audience would potentially enjoy playing Final Fantasy, well, Legend of Mana, as for Saga Frontier. But yeah. Although now that I think about it, there's other Saga games. Isn't Saga Frontier more of a spin-off? And the Saga games are the games of the... Wait, those are Final Fantasy Legends titled, aren't they? It is like Saga Frontier. Let's see. Except more linear. Right. Final Fantasy 5, 6, 4, 9, 7, the golden RPG era. For you it is 4, 5, 6, 9, 3, 7, 1, 2, 8. Nice. My top 3 Final Fantasy games all stand at the top for different reasons. I think it's quite interesting to think about it that way. Because Final Fantasy IX, like just kind of overall story, atmosphere and just game feel, is my favorite from that aspect. Conceptually, how the story is told, Final Fantasy VI is my favorite because I just love the concept of following different characters that are crisscrossing each other's paths and just are pursuing their own things but kind of end up coming together. And I know that's actually something that a lot of people just specifically don't like because their characters are taken away at regular basis and forced into different teams and such, but I just really, really like that. What else? Oh yeah, Final Fantasy V is just... I'm kind of biased. Is my favorite in terms of just general freedom on how to approach it, if you will. Apparently I missed a strength point up there, but don't think it's gonna matter for you. But yeah, and Final Fantasy X is literally like half a step behind all 3 of these Final Fantasies that I just mentioned for me personally. Like, it's really crazy good. Just doesn't quite make the top cut in any of the categories, but it's very close. Yeah, change, I'm not gonna grab that. At this point, y'all are just listing by and calling the game order. Why not? Oh, I should do a pie challenge, right? Where I just play games in order of pie. So I play the third part, then the first one, then the fourth one, or I could play the third one, then the 14th one. Oh no, I start liking that idea now. That's great. Oh. What are you... My favorites are 3, 1, 4, 15, 9, 2, 6, 5. Yep. That sounds about right. Do the other Final Fantasy have the sphere grids like earlier ones? Like the earlier ones? Or stats like sphere grids? I think Final Fantasy X is mostly unique in how it approaches stat increases and leveling for this. So they do not really have any sphere grid-like things for the most part. I don't know whether there's any others who have sphere grids. But that might just be my lack of knowledge. There's a lot of Final Fantasy games I have not played, but other people might have more information on those. Don't forget these parts here. 13 does in a way. Okay. But yeah, that's kind of one of the interesting things I tend to find about Final Fantasy games. Like, when you play games in a series, you usually kind of know what to expect. Like, even if you go to the older games in the series, if you look at the Tales of series, Tales of Fantasia, Tales of Symphonia, Tales of Vesperia, and all these games, you kind of have a general idea on how the system and concepts, etc. all work out. Normally. But Final Fantasy is kind of one of those weird series where initially it largely has similar structure and the gameplay, but then it changes it up actually quite significantly from game to game. So in a sense, to me, it's kind of hard to say that I like Final Fantasy games. I know I like Final Fantasy 5, 6, 10, 9. Would I like the others? I don't know, I would have to try. I can tell you that conceptually I do not like enemies leveling with me. But that doesn't mean I would not like Final Fantasy 8. There's enough to the games that I feel like just one flaw, even if it's pretty severe. In my eyes, that is. I'm not saying it's inherently a flaw. I just don't like it. There's enough to these games that I think I could still see myself enjoying it. And yes, I already know I like the Final Fantasy X2 system, actually. I definitely agree with that. Even if I've never really played it, I've very, very briefly played it, technically. But that's more of a technicality. From Betty. One. Seven through 10 were the big ones where you could have said they were different series and nobody would bat an eye. Yeah, I think I can see that. If you want to play, let's say, a game that conceptually and spiritually, for the most part, just stays more or less the same throughout the entire series, then you could look into the Dragon Quest series, I suppose. Because if you like Dragon Quest, there's a really good chance. If you like Dragon Quest 2, 3 and 4, that you would like the later ones too, probably. I say that without really having ever played one, but they just all look similar enough from what I've watched them while being played mostly by High Spirits, honestly. And I think this is... like, sure, they will probably have different things going for them. But there's a lot of tradition in these games, which I think is very fascinating. And the silly thing to me is... that's kind of largely the reason why I'm not terribly interested in playing Dragon Quest games. Like, they look really, really good. And I think the stories are really intriguing. It's just I don't really care much for the combat system. Which would be a shame if I were to play a game just for the story and not enjoy one of its other major aspects of it. I think I'm actually done leveling. Do you like Blitzball? I think it's interesting, but I haven't really played it much. So I did not get actually Wakka's celestial weapon, if you will. Or his attack reels for that matter. I know they exist, but that's about it. Around here we prefer Blitzstall. Ah. Right. Dragon Quest felt in the issue where they're too similar to each other. You play one and you play them all, or so the adage goes. Well, maybe. I don't know about that. I do think it's possible to view it that way. But then simultaneously, to me it's always kind of one of these things where I've often heard the criticism, let's say about Call of Duty games and stuff like that. And I don't know whether that's true or not, but to me it also doesn't matter. But I keep hearing they're always the same, they're very similar, they don't really change up, like they just kind of change something very slightly. And to me it's always like, yeah, but there's a lot of people who really like it the way it is, so they don't want it to be changed. And I can respect that. Like, if it's still very familiar, just change it slightly, maybe different settings. I don't think that's inherently a bad thing. Because, in a similar vein, there's a lot of games I really like. Let's say Monster Sanctuary. That game is amazing in my opinion. And if they were to just kind of release a part where it's just more of the same game, I would happily play it because I really like playing what I played initially. Having more reason to play more of the same, I would be happy with that. I am definitely happy with people coming up with new concepts, innovating and evolving. Iteration is very important in, well, just kind of in general for the video games, so you get to play something different if you want to play something different rather than the same old, same old. But simultaneously, I don't think it's the same as previous games before. It's inherently like a negative. If you cast this spell and broke the magic ball of water the plane, they could play Blitzfall. Oh no. But if you start playing Blitzfall, what about Blitz Spring? And Blitz Summer? And Blitz Autumn? You only get to play this while falling. Oh, sorry, did I miss a question? Did I experience the sandworm softlock when playing the game? No. How does that work? I haven't experienced any sandworm softlocks. Mental break. So the sandworm swallows one of your characters during the fight. Yes. Yeah, that's right. We did experience the sandworm banishing Waka to the Shadow Realm or something like that. He was still there, just only a shadow of his former self. Literally. Like the model was just not loaded anymore. Kinda funny. If the worm dies from poison while having a cactus in his belly, he will die without spitting out the cactus. Then the game waits until the cactus returns, which will never happen. Oh wow. That's less than ideal. Interesting. Thank you for letting me know. Did I get everything? Did I miss anything? Is Yuna maxed out now? Oh, I just kind of was chipping away at the sphere board. No, not quite. There's a little bit missing. What are Yuna's stats now? I wonder what Yuna would say in order to threaten enemies. What's her stats now? Alright, she has maxed out defense, magic defense. Maxed out HP and MP. 180 agility, which is 10 more than necessary. And everything looks pretty much maxed out, yeah. I think we are done here for now. Now let's take a look at the Aeons. Strength, defense, magic defense, agility. Oh, they can go over 10,000 HP. Oh shit. I didn't realize that. This one needs a little bit more agility. A lot of accuracy you have though. Oh, you need a lot more agility, buddy. 170. Why do you need even more agility? Why do you have so much? That's kind of funny. Oh wow, Bahamut doesn't even have magic maxed out. Why? What about you, Anima? Anima also needs a lot of agility. Why is the horse so much lower than the muscle dog? Yeah, that's a good question. And yes, I do know that you can raise them individually. You're also not the fastest. That's fine though. You need 3 more agility. Oh, you have a lot of HP, holy cow. You can tank quite a bit. So can you. You 3 are really strong. All of you need 3 more agility, except actually you. Why are you so slow though? Either way, this should hopefully be sufficient for now. Can I check? Oh, you guys' abilities are just like that. Oh, we could get double cast on you. That's interesting. Still can't double cast certain things. Did you get all the Jack spheres? Oh yeah, actually, it's a good reminder. I did not. Probably anyways. I assume I didn't because... Well, actually, I don't know. I don't know. Yes, haste could be interesting, but we can worry about this later. What else? We need more Supreme Gems to learn Ultima? Holy cow. Check the number of overdrives on Oren. Yeah, I'm gonna worry about these stats a bit later. Overdrive, Oren. He has Dragon Fang, Shooting Star, and Banishing Blade. I assume there's one more, but I actually don't know. Feel free to let me know. Because I have to admit I completely forgot about these. So, Jack Spheres as well as Albert Lexica. I still need to find. So there's some Jack Spheres. You know, I will probably just... Actually, if somebody has a list of Jack Spheres that we could just walk by in order to check them out, that would be kind of pleasant. So I don't accidentally spoil my sense of stuff. For all I know, we might be literally missing exactly one. Alrighty, actually, let me take a look at Aeons again. The Maga Sisters have a lot of HP compared to everything else. On the anime even gets close. That's fascinating. From here, thank you for the links, Eureka and Zapor. I don't like looking up this website here because it's not much of a list. I guess it's mostly fine. Alright, we'll go buy that list later. Thank you. Alrighty. Banishing Blade means you have at least 3 of 10. I think I'm pretty close to 10. Probably 7 or 8. Alrighty. Yeah, this could be sufficient. Let me actually see, you know, what's your weapon? You don't actually get MP boost, so my current concept is as follows. I'm gonna have Lulu with the magic booster. I'm going to have Waka with his magic booster. Basically, I made him a custom one. Magic booster, 1 MP cost, break damage limit. And I also made a custom one for Kimari, where we have magic booster, break damage limit, 1 MP cost. So these are gonna be my main characters for nuking the thing. But I'll need here. Let's get actually no encounters for now, real quick. We need people with first strike abilities. You have first strike that we can switch in because I think that's more efficient. I wonder whether do you have first strike? Don't think you do. Who has first strike? Because if I get first strike... Let me think about this. You have first strike on your weapon, so we have 2 people with first strike that we can then switch out. And... I would also like to have initiative so we can get a preemptive encounter potentially. I feel like you lose a custom weapons, your special damage scaling and defense ignoring. Yes, I'm aware. So I suppose getting Yuna in there for the magic spellcast is going to be still the way to go. Just purely based on that. So Titus has first strike, Orin has first strike. And I'll probably have Yuna, Kimari and Lulu just cast spells. Because Kimari is the only one who has plus 20% magic power as well. Alright, let's see how this is gonna go. Okay, the big question is, how do I get back there? Because I forget already. Me and High Road? It was me and High Road, wasn't it? Here we go! Yeah, I cannot hit max damage consistently with this. I'm aware, I've already tried that. But I'm kind of hoping this will be sufficient, but I don't know. I don't know, and please don't tell me, because this is kind of me trying to figure out things. Are we doing the final boss now? On the plains? Oh, I'm trying to get the Dark Mecha Sisters in here. Do you have a first strike weapon? No. Oh, Chocobo, please. You still like the Ultima machine gun strategy? Yes, that's basically what I'm going for initially. See whether that's gonna work. If it doesn't work, I might have to just resort to my secondary strategy, which is quick hit and just try to nuke one of them, which hopefully should work, but you know, I don't know. We'll see. You want feedback on one of the things you put on your custom weapons? Sure. Why not? Thanks, Chocobo. One MP cause is a wasted slot. Yeah. I know by now. Thank you. You can use 3 stars instead. Well, you would spend a turn in order to use the 3 stars. But yes, I'm aware. I'm aware. Like, I wouldn't... It's actually less about where the MP cost itself, as much as I think it's a mistake just purely based on I could get plus more magic percent in there. Like, Kimari's weapon I made the latest of all the bunch for magic power, like punch, so to speak. And 1 MP cost is just like, well, why didn't I just get the plus 10 magic percent instead? It would have made so much more sense. Actually, I don't even know whether magic percent even helps. I think it does. Either way, we need first strike on the weapon. And then let's see what happens. Depending on the spell you use, 1 MP cost is definitely not a wasted slot. Well, in comparison to what I'm trying to achieve here with the strategy, it is. Because it's very easy to set the MP cost of things to basically nothing. Alright. Welcome to this part. Get Lulu in here first. And my entire plan is to Ultima double cast and see whether we survive. 1. Alright. The one on the right takes 80,000 from this. The one on the left takes max damage, but this is... The one on the left also guaranteed has the most HP. So there's that. Okay, exchange here for Yuna. Never really used you in combat, have I? Until now. Double cast? Actually, no. It makes more sense to copycat because this only costs 1 MP. It's also quicker menuing. Let's see. I assume Lulu and Yuna should deal about the same damage. Nope, she does way less. She doesn't have magic booster on the weapon, I just realized. I think Waka's weapon actually deals more damage. So I should get Waka in there instead of Yuna. Because I'm pretty sure Kimari does more. Yuna is here for Aeon phase tanking. Yes, the Aeons should now be able to survive the regular physical attacks. So I can survive more than one delta attack or attack wave to begin with. Hopefully. I don't know whether it's gonna be true or not. Oh! I forgot to give Yuna an auto-haste armor. Oh no. That's a mistake. I was wondering, why does Yuna not go before Kimari again here? That's why. Like, that's a thing I meant to do, but I forgot. Let's just see whether it's gonna work anyways. Alright. Haste Yuna. And just double cast Ultima's Submerge. Remember, Rishima is not a good Aeon for tanking. Yeah. Honestly, one of the most interesting things to me is that the Mega Sisters are pretty slow in terms of speed. So I feel like that's probably their weak point. They are ridiculously good at basically everything else, but the speed is not one of them. Summon. Alright, who do we get first? Let's see whether Anima can actually tank them with boost. And not boost defense. Probably not, but you know. This is the part where I actually kind of wish I grant summon Anima for the overdrive instead, but this is mostly to experiment anyways. This is effectively as much defense as I possibly can get. So Pasada is not that big of a deal anymore. Well, I say that, but it's still a crazy amount of damage. But Delta attack almost certainly is not going to have them survive. No, Grand Summon. Grand Summon would actually make Yuna have significantly more time until she gets another turn. If that makes sense. I'm just curious whether we possibly can reduce this below 99,999 damage. Because this is as much defense as I possibly can envision this to be. I don't think Protect or Shell helps against these. Yes, Firelock Hair. No. Yeah. In hindsight, even if I survived one hit, we don't survive many. Delta attack is fixed damage. Yeah, I was curious. I just kind of had the vague hope that maybe it will work, but oh well. Double cast, Ultima. But now that Yuna is faster, this actually looks a lot more doable. We just kind of push them into overdrive again, which might actually be the way to go anyways. What's your armor anyways, Yuna? Hey, some wards apparently. That's fine. I was just curious. Okay. This is the part where I'm gonna... Oh, Waka, do you have the haste armor equipped? Do you have the correct weapon equipped, dude? Okay, you do. So I think Waka actually gets more damage than Yuna. I'm gonna have him use Copycat and get in Yuna afterwards. Because you know these only like, what was it? Not even max damage to the one on the left. Yeah, Waka actually deals max damage to the one on the left. So he does deal more damage than Yuna with spells. Actually, thinking about it, it's kind of beneficial to me anyways to have Yuna in the back rather than in the front of the team. I didn't even consider this until now, but this way allows me to always get Yuna in at the perfect time, just before they get their turn. Copycat Waka's changed places with Waka. Oh, right. I guess you don't copycat the exchange. Can you copycat the enemy spells? Unfortunately, no. That would be fun. But you just mimic the last action an ally has taken, from what I can tell. How many ultimas can Lulu do with her overdrive? Not many. I don't know how many exactly, but it's unfortunately not many. Also, I think they're already getting to low HP, it looks like. Yeah, the left one at the very least is starting to be not that healthy anymore. That's good to know. And this is where we... Ooh, should I Grand Summon? I think we do. They don't have their Delta attack. Let's do it. Alright, combined powers. Go, guys. Use Delta attack against me. I use that against you. Probably good damage, I don't know how much though. But it also will probably take them a long time until they can move again. Pasado. Well, survived, so that's good. The main reason why I even summoned the Mega Sisters rather than anybody else is because I wasn't sure whether another summon would survive using a big attack without defending first. Oh, this could be really bad actually in hindsight. Well, let's see how this is gonna go. They did just move them, but they might get 2 more moves. Yeah. There's the problem. Quick pockets. You don't need HP. Double cast Ultima again. Hey Northrex, welcome. Thank you for the good luck, I'll need it. So I actually want them to use Delta attack. Oh! Not anymore! We defeated 1! Nice, good job Lulu. So my strategy actually does work, surprisingly enough. I could try to get Waka to tank soon, but I'm not going to risk that. Kimari. So what I mean with I'm not gonna risk that is because I'm just going to summon more Aeons. So with my strategy, all I needed was for more than one Aeon to survive a set of attacks so we could actually continue attacking afterwards. That's kind of what it boils down to from what I can tell. And at this point, unless they have like some other form of attack that they can unleash on us, where if let's say the last one alone has something special that hits the entire party, we should be mostly fine. I don't know. Yeah, get Yuna back in here. Summon. Go with Bahamut. Shiva. You could use auto life just in case. Well, I suppose it was Delta attack that removed the auto life, wasn't it? So we would be able to do that now, that's true. Is she just gonna shield? Mega Graviton, that is percentage based damage, isn't it? He's mostly into that. Okay, that actually did in fact use up their... Oh, Graviton was the thing that Anima used and inflicted a lot of status effects. It did in fact use up their things. Oof, yeah, we're gonna do... Kamisare. Should actually be mostly fine here, because both of them just moved. So I assume they don't get another turn for a little while at least. And we do have... Even if they move, Kimari is in combat, so he would be able to revive somebody probably. Okay, they didn't move. Nice. I think we can do this. I think we can work with this. You didn't teach Bahamut Ultimate. Your strategy is ruined. I needed more blessed gems apparently. I didn't realize they actually had more use there. Ren's Turner, thank you. Happy New Year. To you as well. Welcome back for 25 months. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Is this my first Dark Aeon fight? No, I have defeated all except the Mega Sisters and Yojimbo. Technically oh, there we go. One done. We have technically defeated Yojimbo. But practically, I missed one encounter apparently, so I'll have to do that again. Get Kimari in here. I need to exchange Waka's armor actually. No, I didn't kill all of them. I'm just gonna continue this. Like, technically physical attacks would be stronger if I hit. But that's kind of the big problem on these ones, as I've learned. Hitting them is difficult. I could switch over to Flare Spellcast instead to speed up the visuals. But it's fine. I didn't switch armor with Waka. You need a lot of luck to guarantee hits. Oh, does aim not do the trick? Like, you straight up need luck instead? Like, I figured if you have enough hit, you would be able to hit anyways. So... suppose that's not the case. You can do hit and luck or pure luck. Luck is better than aim at the end game. Well, yes. So here I do know that it's better, but it's also a lot slower to grind out. So I kinda don't wanna do that. Basically I'm trying to get away with this. Oh, that's the wrong guy. Oh, it is. Because I did actually grind out all the accuracy spheres, so I could max out accuracy. But if that does not cancel out the enemy luck anyways, then... well, that's kind of the question, I suppose. Let's see right here. Don't forget Kimari can use Nova for bonus damage. Yes, but it actually makes him significantly slower. Speaking of significantly slower... let's see whether you survive that. Boost. Nope. Sorry, Shiva. Thank you for tanking the hit. This is the part where I kinda wish I kept track of how many times I cast spells until they started being weakened visually. Because that's approximately where the halfway point is. That was ice cold. 49,000 versus 99,000, but you aren't spending 10 hours grinding luck spheres. Yeah. This is really the ultimate strategy for Mega Sisters. Well, it worked out well so far anyways, unless there's like a phase 2 or something. Grinding the luck spheres isn't even the slow part. No? What is the slow part then about that? Copycat. The fortune spheres to use them? Oh! Well, I suppose I just kind of combined them in my head together. I'm aware that you need to both grind out the fortune spheres and the luck spheres. But yeah. I did grind out the magic spheres in order to have enough magic power. And that was sufficient for my taste. There we go. Good job, Waka. And hey, citizen, welcome. Doing quite well, thank you. How are you doing? Well, we successfully defeated and ultimated the Mega Sisters after grinding up Yuna. And really, the only thing we needed to have is Yuna just being fast enough. Like, we would have survived that Delta attack without any trouble. And then there was no other Delta attack because we nuked them beforehand. So as long as I had 170 agility in Yuna, this strategy would have worked out regardless, in hindsight. But, we get stuff. Mirage played Genji Shield super goalie. Nice. Alright, Waka, what's a super goalie? Break HP limit and auto shell. I don't like auto shell, but well, he has another break HP limit thing, that's good. We also got one for you, I think. No? No, not for you. I don't remember who it was for. We got one for you, I do know that. You got a Genji shield, break HP limit and all of it. Oh, that's really good actually. A good combo. Don't remember what the last one was. Was it a weapon? Possibly. Either way, that worked out just fine, actually. So equip 9 counters and we're out of here for now. It was a katana. Ah, let's check that out real quick, thank you. Mirage Blade, magic booster. Nice. You have to mitigate them getting so many turns, and Delta attack is an instant kill no matter what you do. Indeed. Alright. You can actually use a separate save file for this one. Just in case I want to fight the Mega Sisters again. Then again, I wouldn't remember where I have fought them and I haven't fought them yet. So now we are allowed to tell you all about this fight? Yes, actually. You're now allowed to tell me any kind of strategy, cheesy strategy, things that I didn't acknowledge or realize about it. In fact, I would be happy to learn if you'd like to tell me. You never have to tell me these things, but I like knowing these things.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
If you go up the mountain, you can fight them one by one. You can just run away from them. Wait, really? That might have actually been more interesting rather than grinding out everything. The fat one is out of breath halfway up and the remainder splits up to surgery at the top. That's actually kind of funny. Alright. So I would guess that Waka tank strategy would have largely still worked against at least some of those in concept. But hey, the way I did it worked. I actually do remember somebody even mentioning that thing. Where it's like, ah, just fight them one by one. And I thought it was a joke, but apparently they were serious. Or maybe they meant it as a joke and they just didn't know any better themselves. Good thing I'm too oblivious to that. The way you did it is way faster. I mean, technically. But it did take me a lot of preparation time. Alright, let's go to Yojimbo. Should I just try Yojimbo with spells? Actually, I have no idea whether he's gonna counter. I'm just gonna try it. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hey, Yuna. Do you have any interesting armor we can use? No? Phantom Ring, I guess, technically. Mainly curious whether we have what it takes in order to customize it for auto haste. Nope. Need more Chocobo wings. That's fine. Let's get Waka Kimari. Actually, yeah, that's my team. Let's just see whether we can nuke Yoshinbo. Although I think Yoshinbo is way faster, isn't he? I'm just curious whether it's gonna work. Oh, is your bit rate still turned down from the Seer of Mana? It is. Thank you for the reminder. I need to turn up the bit rate again. Yes. Also, I don't have the annoying frame drops anymore, apparently. I don't know what it was, but it seems to be fixed now. So that's a relief. I didn't even think about it. Thank you for letting me know. So now we have double the bitrate right now, actually. So you should be able to see it less fuzzy now. And yes, you can easily get wings. I'm just lazy. Plus, the others deal more magic damage anyways. But thank you for the information. Probably just your area's bandwidth being tied up over the New Year's. Yeah, honestly, probably. Like, as much as I dislike the idea of it, so many people have to stay at home because of the annoying pandemic. So they just want a video call, and it makes sense. And I think it was mostly fine for Secret of Mana, since most of the time you didn't really get to see much anyways. And good old Netflix. I suppose that's probably more frequent these times. And hey Kiro. You hope I enjoyed my last 5 days of sleep. It was actually... So here's the kind of mostly annoying part after my 24-hour stream, basically. It took me... Like, I was initially sleeping only for 5 to 6 hours at a time. But I was kind of sleeping 5 to 6 hours about 3 times a day. But I didn't feel rested for quite a while, but I think it's back on track now. Alrighty, I wanna worry about first strike weapons. I'm just curious whether this is even going to work the way I hope it does. Hey, let's just see. I'm probably gonna get murdered anyways. Yeah, there's an ambush. Yeah, I can't do that. That's what I expected, actually. Time to die. Yeah, I need to have first strike. Or initiative and no first strike, at least. In fact, it would be nice to just kind of create or make a weapon that have first strike and initiative, so we cannot get ambushed. The first Yoshinbo always ambushes? He does? Even if you have initiative in your weapon? Yup. Oh, wow, okay. So we actually need a way to mitigate this. So we're gonna have... Just like the Great Malboros and the Omega Runes. Oh, by the way, but speaking about Mega Sisters still, real quick. Is there a more clever way to fight them all three at the same time? Like, now that I know you can just fight them one by one. I suppose that does make a lot of sense that you would normally supposed to do that. You can mitigate Great Malboros by having first strike on your weapon, but they still ambush you technically. But you still get the first turn, which is what I'm gonna do here. Quick hits. And I suppose just kind of having enough accuracy to hit in the first place would make sense. Alright, let me think about this. Do I have ranged music? Okay. I think arranged music is nice, even though it's a super short loop. First strike on your weapon, let's get you in here. Who else has first strike? Oren. Get you in here. I think Waka actually has first strike. No, he has initiative every time. Anybody else have a first strike? I don't think so. That's fine. Riku might? Maybe. Either way, let's actually see. I'm actually curious. I don't know whether he counterattacks magic. I know that I can easily defeat him with physical attacks, but I will need to increase my accuracy. I'm just trying to see what I can get away with casting spells instead. $60,000. Not bad. I forget how much it... He doesn't have particularly much HP, so he might be able to get away with this. Okay, you know what? We could sacrifice a summon. Malafor. It would be fun if Bribe worked on him. It would actually be thematically accurate for Bribe to work on Yojimbo, right? Well, I suppose not really. He is loyal if you pay him enough. He doesn't necessarily take money from, well, opposing enemies. Daigoro. Daigoro. Oh, you're just that slow. I'm sorry, Balafur. Alright. Haste Yuna because I was too lazy to get her a proper armor so she can get out of there. So that's 240,000 damage so far. Yeah, I feel like I need a different strategy to reliably knock him out. Because I can attack here with Kimari, but I don't get many attacks in. Plus I would keep losing more. Yeah, I need to go back to my previous strategy where I just kind of start setting up anyways. Because right now I'm really not set up to survive his attacks. Oh, you don't break damage limit? Wait, how do you break damage limit, give it? Is it Waka's weapon that I need? I probably need Waka's weapon. Okay. The main by the way, Ultima technically makes more sense for dealing straight up damage, but this is way faster as an animation. Corona, thank you. Thank you so much for 74 months of support. That's a crazy long time. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. You think Flare has a higher damage multiplier than Ultima actually? You sure? Let's see, Kimari was doing 75,000 with Flare. I'm pretty sure this is more damage. I know the base damage of Flare is like 70 versus Ultima, which is... No wait, Flare is 60, Ultima is 70. Holy is 100 actually. But you can't double cast Holy, because it's white magic. Nope, definitely more damage, because Kimari was doing only 75 with Flare. That is straight up terrible design. Don't want to use something because the long animation. Yeah, I suppose. I will need to get set up again in the next combat to survive physicals. Sorry, Ixion. That's why in Pokemon they turn animations off. I suppose so. I think we should get away with just knocking him out here. There we go. Alright, not gonna rely on magic necessarily again. Well, actually no, I think I was still going to rely on magic for the damage. Easier than setting up the other stuff. But I will want to start just kind of doing more the tank thing that I did before. Alright, so Waka, let's get you back up to being... the tank of the party. You have Auto Phoenix, Lulu, Kimari and Waka are pretty much my team for this. Right, Lulu survives thanks to having defense. Kimari won't survive, not easily anyways. So he will be the biggest concern of the bunch. Oh, one thing I remember actually. Hang on. Wait. It doesn't matter. I don't actually need to Sentinel with Waka. Because it doesn't matter who gets hit. As long as we have enough defense, we will survive. Just heal them up and then we go again. That's what it was. Okay, I'm gonna get Lulu first strike weapon. Oh. Wait, can you save in the middle of this? Or does that not save your current progress against your symbol? You can save, just not load. Okay, it doesn't save the progress. Noted. Thank you. La Batu. Alrighty. Now. It's just gonna protect up. Here's Waka. Protect up. Oh, I needed to that's what I needed to do. I needed to defend with Kimari. I remember. Yeah, let's cheer in order to increase physical defense. With cheer 4, I think we guarantee surviving. We only get 3 though. Got to give Waka to protect as well. That'll be fun. Alright. This is where we heal up everybody. Oh, you don't have break damage limit right now. Ah, that was the wrong one to heal you. Okay, cheer 4. Alright, now we should be able to basically guarantee Kimari surviving. Now we start dealing damage. Well, kind of. No, we just straight up start dealing damage, I think. We could also... I don't know how valuable it is, but we might want to focus up as well. Actually, Kimari deals the most magic damage, so I want him to just start casting to begin with. Oh, that's right, you could just cast Rain instead in order to heal up everybody. Ah, I forgot about that part. The main downside of using double cast to attack rather than physicals for 100,000 is that it actually will fill up his overdrive bar faster. But considering how slow it is to begin with, I think we're mostly fine on that end. Wakizashi. I think that's actually the best case scenario right here, him using Wakizashi, all things considered. Because we just don't have to worry about removing status effects. Speaking of which, he does petrify. I literally just remembered. Oh no, that could be less than an idea. Alright, you drain and then flare. Yeah, this is basically just a full heal. And we copycat. I forgot to switch out Lulu's weapon. You copycat. How do you heal in this game? Well, you just absorb HP from the enemy. It's really that simple. Okay, focus 2. Make sure I switch out your weapon. Focus 3. And double cast, flare, flare. Let's see. Is this noticeably more damage? Honestly, I don't think it makes a difference. I'm not gonna worry about this. So both Kimari and Lulu can be petrified, but both of them have auto haste. So it's just a soft and then they heal themselves. And we're gone. We're good. This, on the other hand, we actually have to dispel. So this is basically the break problem about this attack is it inflicts armor break, and the only way to remove it is dispel. And then, because we dispel, we also have to protect again. So it costs us 2 turns, and we also need to drain on hurt in order to survive the next attack. So basically, effectively costs us 3 turns. Well, I guess it kind of does that on the other things too. So, not really that big of a difference in hindsight. Double cast, flare, flare. Unless 10, it's a zombie, then you deal 20,000 damage to yourself. True. Very true. By the way, Lulu does more damage with physical attacks. Than with her spells against Yoshima. Yoshimo, not Yoshima. Wrong game. Just need to be careful about him reaching his overdrive gauge. Well, actually, no, it would be mostly fine anyways. I mean, I don't dislike Blitzball Zapor. It's just an entire aspect of the game that I feel like would use up more hours, and I kind of don't want to invest more hours. Because as much as I like the game, I would like to play something else sometime. So did we go over here? No, that wasn't here. That was the next crossroads. Actually, speaking of Holy, I know I can't double cast Holy, but it would deal more damage per individual attack, which might be better. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine until we get absolutely murdered by the last iteration of Yojimbo. I think he starts with more and more overdrive gauge every time at the beginning of battle. Actually, Kimari, which overdrive type do you have? Waka will revive Kimari. Both Lulu and Waka do survive. No matter the attack. So we could just gamble on Kimari not getting hit here. Daigoro. Okay, this is mostly fine. So we go pickpocket, an antidote. We begin double cast, rain flare. Actually, I just realized I could be absolutely demolished if he decides to surprise attack me. I should probably switch weapons, just in case. At least on one character to have first strike. Which means Lulu. Because she is the thing. Alright, tier 1. Tier 2. Tier 3. You just flare him. Actually, I think it does make a notable difference to use focus tier 4. I'm actually just gonna focus up with Ludo and Waka until 5. Tier 5, there we go. Alright. We are maxed out on physical defense for now. He can't preemptive strike me? Or what? Focus. Is this a Dark Aeon? It is. It's Dark Yojimbo. Wakizashi. Okay, focus 2. Focus 3. Double cast, drain, flare. Focus 4. Focus 5. Okay, Lulu gets a turn before. She needs to heal still. And double cast, flare, flare. In an alternate universe, it's not a Dark Aeon. Yaga just neglected to pay Yojimbo enough. Maybe. Yes, 10,000 more damage for Kimari spellcast each time. I think I'm going to cast Holy with Waka instead. Rain, flare. Does Kimari hit for max damage with Ultima? I don't think it does. It's close, but not quite. Polska. I forgot to counterattack. Oh, that's great. Alright, double cast, drain, flash. Oh wait, I need to... Hang on. Dispel you. Otherwise you're gonna be in trouble. I should have not dispelled with Kimari. Kimari should always be attacking. White magic. Holy. Yep, there's max damage right there. I should count how much damage I'm doing. That will probably make a lot of sense. It's gonna also holy with you. That way we fill his overdrive gauge less each turn. Aigoro. Oh, his overdrive gauge is not full. We will need to tank this with an Aeon anyways. We might be able to knock him out before that. And now we were basically able to knock him out before that. Until the 4th encounter, but this is only the 3rd encounter. Oh, this... Oh, I didn't realize that, but that's right. Hole is gonna make you much slower. Due to how that works. Big pockets, antidote. Double cast Drain Flash. But yeah, to my knowledge, it is impossible to survive his attack here. So I have to effectively sacrifice an Aeon for it. Zanmato. It's not impossible for Aeons? Interesting. So the shield would reduce the damage sufficiently to actually tank the hit. By the way, this attack here removes auto life from a character. So it will straight up kill them through auto life effectively. $50,000, 35,000 with max cheer. Oh, fascinating. Thank you for the information. I need to haste you, so... Wait, Waka is not hasted. Oh right, because I needed to dispel him. It's fine. We knock you out soon anyways. Case in point. Was this encounter number 2 or 3? I think it's 3. Alright, good job, Yuna. Get Lulu back in here and give Lulu the first strike cactuage. 3, that's the 3rd one. Alright, thank you. And it's likely not gonna matter, but I'm just going to fill up Waka here anyways. This is the encounter here I missed last time. Time to go revive that Aeon. You know, that's not a bad idea. Well, it'll be fine, it's just one. Right? We'll see. I don't know how extreme the next iterations of Yoshinbu are going to be. Alright, let's do this. Cheers. Cheer 2. Protect. Oh, I need to do haste Waka. Tier 3. Should do that now, huh? Protect. Protect. Okay, this should be fine. We survive it always. Don't hit Waka, please. Thank you. If he hits Waka with that, it's actually very annoying. Because we need to haste Waka as well, so it basically costs us an additional turn. Whereas for the others, we just have to protect them up once more. Alright, cheer number 3. Cheer number 4. And we should now survive everything, I think. I'm not gonna go for the cheer 5, it's just not necessary, so we start focus. So Kimari, double cast, rain, flash. Actually, I think me double casting the spells is fine for the most part. It's not filling up his bar as much as he fills it up every time he gets a turn. I think that is focus 3. Sashi, we need to heal with everybody. Rain flare again. Yeah, he definitely fills it up further. Focus 4. And focus 5. You get enough time to heal yourself at the end, so that's fine. We don't need to heal with Waka yet. So I'm just gonna double cast flares. Kind of optimizing a little bit. And Lulu. Oh, I didn't. That's a little bit awkward. I just double cast 2 drains. I forgot to exchange her weapon again. Also, I should maximize her MP so she deals more damage. Daigoro. Yeah, he is still fine. Waka, that is. Double cast flare. Like, I could heal him up, but he has more HP than the others still. And I'm not worried about them not surviving for that matter. What I need to worry about is him potentially maxing out. Like, I probably want to just not quite push him over the edge. So it's gonna be easier to distribute. It's probably not necessary in hindsight though. Switch the weapon this time because I forgot last time. Osmose and then flash. Yep, that's definitely more damage than before. I was thinking, why does she only deal as much damage as Waka now? That explained it. I think the next one is going to put him over the edge, so... Gonna defend with everybody here. Then we start nuking him. And I don't need to worry about healing this up whatsoever. Because we should kill him. After the Aeon anyways. Or maybe even before. I don't think I optimized my damage well enough for that to be the case, however. Especially with forgetting to switch Lulu's weapon again. Yeah, Lulu is going to be the one that exchanges. Oh, we got him. Nice. We didn't even have to sacrifice another Aeon. Number 4. Okay, I haven't fought the 5th iteration. And I'm just really worried that he has new tricks up his sleeve, but we'll see. Get Lulu her first strike weapon again, just in case. Speaking of just in case. This is hopefully the final one this time. This is the encounter that I would expect to be an ambush. Just purely based on, well, circumstances. But it's not. Tier 1. For the first strike, and then we haste Waka. To begin. Protect. Kinda tempted to use Sentinel here. Tier 2. Protect. Tier 3. Let's see. Do you have any new tricks? Wakizashi. Alright, looks about the same. Kimari barely survived it with tier 3. And that is a lot of bar filled up right there, but we should be mostly fine all the way to anyways. Tier 4, just to guarantee Kimari survives. I think he can die if I don't do that. And you're gonna begin. He feels faster, but I think it's just me making up that stuff. Alright, Lulu, I'm not gonna forget your weapon this time, for once. Double cast. Train flare. Right, tier 5? Actually, that's one more than I need to. Okay, we're gonna start focusing with the others, but Kimari starts bombarding him with flare. You start using focus. 1. And focus 2. You know, I should have just used Kimari's overdrive to cast protect on hit Waka. Thank you. I'm gonna have the others do the thing for Kimari. He's just gonna heal himself, so he can continue dealing damage. Yeah. This spell. Get rid of the breaks. Oh wait, that's also a magic break there, so Kimari was dealing less damage anyways. Double cast flares. Gonna push him over the edge next turn, isn't it? Pretty sure. This focus 3. And focus 4. Polska. Don't hit Waka, please. That's good. Well, we're gonna push him into it. Focus 5. I think we are slow enough that I should be removing the stuff on Lulu, so to speak. Because I kind of expect that we'll attack at least once more after the thing anyways. The switch. Protect. Double cast flare. I think Lulu only takes about 5,000 damage anyways from his AoE attack, so he doesn't need to heal right now. Let's try to see whether I can do this here. You know, if I haste you, you do not get a turn before he gets a turn, so we can't do that. I'm just gonna heal up anyways, might as well. He's already getting weak, so that's a good sign. I'll need to exchange Lulu again, it looks like. Double cast flare. Flare. Flare and flare. Hello, thank you for the good luck. Because I'll need it, and I'm having fun. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Alright, let's see. Not gonna be enough anyways to survive, but we can potentially deal a bit of damage. It doesn't look that complicated to fight him. Nope. I think he is actually one of the more straightforward ones once you figure it out. It's basically a war of attrition, since you have to fight him about 5 times in a row, or however many times that was. It was the most damage you can do. That's just impulse. Don't miss. I guess that's okay. You were doing all this a few weeks ago, but not doing very well at the lightning dodger. Yeah. There's a trick to the lightning dodger that you can employ, where it makes it a lot more consistent, but basically I knew the trick existed, but I didn't know what it was, and I tried it for about half an hour before I decided I'm just way too inconsistent at it. So I looked up what people had figured out at the time, and with the little trick it actually worked out pretty well. Alright, oh yeah, that's right, Yuna is not hasted. Speaking of Yuna not hasted, Yuna needs to go quick anyways. No, don't copycat. Flare, flare. Because we need to get Yuna out of here, so he does not have enough defense to survive. Especially if we didn't cast Protect on her or Cheer. Oh, we got him. He did not get another attack in. Okay. Are these all of them? Just let him walk away again? Oh. I will assume this is what well, I will assume this is penance. I know penance exists, but I actually don't know what it is. Uh-oh. Yeah, big uh-oh. But hey, Dark Yojimbo defeated again. Technically I defeated him before, but I missed that one encounter. So... yeah. So this is interesting. Well, certainly quite interesting. You know what? I'm just gonna go in there with my trusty team. Waka Lulun Kimari. See what happens. We can make another ribbon thanks to having 99 dark matters from farming the one eye while I was doing that offline. It's on the airship? Oh, I'm not walking over there where he went from. Or I came from. I'm just gonna walk over there anyways, just curious. Is there any, like, lore reason as to why that thing even exists? Like, what is it? Or is it just, hey, here have a super boss for the sake of having a super boss? No lore behind it. There was a valley there, you couldn't go into the Calmlands, right? Well, yes, but apparently you needed to win the Chocobo race. And then the dude was gone from them. You could actually go down there. That was one of the celestial weapons. Ah, did you see that thing? You don't even care about the thing that just came out of here. Fair enough. Where? Where? Okay. I figured this thing would just be hovering there, waiting for me to approach it, but apparently not. Also, I'm mildly disappointed that the last iteration of Yojimbo was just basically the same as the others. Before I do this, hello. Penance's true nature is unknown. Although it's necessary to defeat all the Dark Aeons to face him, Penance isn't considered a Dark Aeon or Fiend. The word Tenbotsu are inscribed on a plate on the front of Penance in Spiran script. These are Japanese words for sky, heaven and death. Interesting.
Your count.
Penance.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
Thank you, Yurika. Did I save? Yeah. Hello. It's believed to be Yevon's final attempt to subdue Yuna and her guardians as the Dark Aeons failed. You know, I like that theory. Alright, I have no idea what this thing can do, please do not tell me. But, if you don't know either... Oh, let's have 3 parts. If you don't know either, feel free to puzzle along, but do please mention that you don't actually know how this works if you do. Alright, well, let's see what's gonna happen. I'm just gonna try and employ my standard Waka Tanka strategy. And we're gonna, as usual, just... see what happens. First order of operation. Let's see you better counterattacks. Okay, it's not great damage, but the damage isn't bad either. Plus it didn't counterattack, so that's a good thing already. Going to go ahead and Mighty God for everybody. So everybody has all the defenses we can get, and Sentinel, let's see. Only the main boss attacks this turn. The arms are not attacking it, it looks like. Obliteration. Let's see. Okay, Kimari did not survive, but considering that Lulu survived, this means that it's a physical attack in nature. That's very interesting to note. Okay, double attack. Let's try to get rid of the right arm first. You got some nice Alexander vibes from that attack. Yeah, I can stick that. Sloga. Waka is immune apparently, never mind. Mighty God. You can... oh no, you have... Wait. That doesn't give you regeneration, dude. Huh. Oh well, let's see what happens. Positively surprised. Sentinel again. I'm just gonna do what I usually do. Let's just set up to try and survive. Yeah, let's just start setting up for survival. So... Tier 1 for Kimari, but 2 for the others. Obliteration again. I might have to emphasize more on just cheering up, so Kimari... Actually, no, Kimari just needs to defend. He would be fine if he were to defend. So one of them used debuffs and the other one used buffs. I don't care about them healing up currently, I will care eventually. What I'm gonna do... use... quick pockets, and let's just heal up for full, why not? I don't expect to win on the first attempt, so let's just use Mega Elixir so we can get a bit further. Here. Great large enemy, it has small hands. Well, it is for nice blocking Waka. It's probably for a good reason. Okay. The physical attacks we can block a Waka. They hit like a truck. But we can block. Mario is likely going to go down again. Calamity. Okay, that's just curse. That's fine. Mario's gonna defend here. He hasn't done anything except obliteration so far. Why? Oh, that also inflicted armor break on Waka, didn't it? I'm also surprised that Kimari didn't survive, honestly. But like, that's the biggest surprise here than anything else. You don't wanna get killed by that. That's kind of funny. Have I played Final Fantasy 13 yet? No. Well, it's not entirely true. I've begun a little bit of just kind of a casual playthrough offline because somebody gifted me the game, but I didn't get far yet. Wait, no, that wasn't 13. That was 11, actually, I think. 13 was with the Afro dude dancing, right? Oh, we just did. Okay, that's like the dancing gun guy. Oh, 11 was the MMO with the Afro. Okay, I was referring to 12 in that case. Right, 11 is the MMO. Yeah, nice autosave, but I will need to figure out a setup. Like, I need to have a plan. The interesting part to me is that Ludo survives obliteration. So if I were to give Kimari armor with just defense on top of it, we would be easily able to survive obliteration without having to use cheer up to begin with. But I do think my best ways to attack are gonna be physical to be as well, anyways. So let's just see whether maybe we can try to get the cheer in here. Cheer as well. Cheer 2. See whether we survive with just cheers. Cheer 3. Like, this is more physical defense. 4. We don't have to worry about Sentinel yet on Waka. You're gonna... Mighty Guard. And cheer 5. So in theory, if we don't survive it with Kimari here, we have to basically get some additional physical defense or maximum HP on Kimari. Alright, this looks good enough for now. Then we have to Sentinel up here. Last time the hands just cast a spell. Actually, I need to... Let me actually go into my spreadsheet to try and keep track. Because I've done this on Nemesis. Let's see whether what Penance is gonna do as well. So Penance turn 1 Obliteration, which we survived reasonably well. Last time it already did Obliteration on turn 2 and 3. It didn't do anything except that. Like, the hands were the only interesting difference makers, if you will. Alright, quick pockets, Mega Elixir. I might want to just buy some more Mega Elixirs. Sloga, okay, I do not have to... Oh, we get in between the hands? I'm very surprised. Alright. Hand 2, hand 1. This was actually hand 2 that used Sloga on its first turn. Alrighty, no, it's time to start experimenting, I think. Happy New Year! Welcome to Game February. Hope you're doing well. Time to start experimenting. See whether we can full break. Which one was the one that buffed? The left, the right arm. The one on our left. Miss. Well... Wait. I suppose I should have expected that. Definitely should have expected that. Let's exchange your... Okay, this time this hand directly attacked. The last time it cast Mighty Guard. This time it was quite a bit different. Curious enough, Waka does hit, so it is not that difficult to hit. But we do definitely want to Sentinel up Waka here. Alright. Use. Double your maximum HP. So we can have you tank more. Here I go. Right, we have Shell as well. And I should try to drain. G Flump, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to you, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. I'm actually gonna focus up here. Because this is also magic defense. Obliteration again. I need to check my statuses whether I get armor breaking stuff sometime. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going, because, again, I feel like I will need to figure this out anyways. I'm just gonna throw Mega Elixirs, because when am I gonna use them otherwise? Definitely want a Sentinel up here with Waka. Let's just focus up. Focus 3. Okay, right hand is the one that does use Mighty Guard, so I was correct. Which is definitely a thing that I will want to dispel, but right now I don't Well, do I care? Because if I dispel it now... Maybe if I don't dispel it, that's when it starts going crazy with attacks. Also, your Mighty Guard is cheating. It also gives you regen. I just want to say that that's not okay. The dispel does in fact work on them. Terra Graviton. Oh, that's just rude. Alright, let me think about this. That was hand 2 using Terra Graviton. It's turn 2. Which apparently inflicts all sorts of status effects, and I kind of have to have a ribbon. That's my impression anyways. That's annoying. So the thing is, if I don't heal, you're going to die, because the boss is gonna go next. But if I do heal, the hand is gonna be too fast. Oh, unless I use quick buckets. The hand could just kill somebody unless I defend with Waka here. So... yeah, that's why. Okay. I figured they would wake up, but I wasn't sure about it. Wait, are you a zombie too? Let's see. Mari is... haste, doom, silence, darkness, spell, protect, null tide, no blaze, no shock, roll frost, haste, doom. So far, actually, I need protect only. Don't need shell, really. Okay, if I have death proof and sleep proof, this would probably be mostly fine. So let's see real quick. You don't have death proof and sleep proof. You have sleep proof, but no sleep proof and death proof. Because, question, does death proof counter the countdown timer, the doom timer above our heads? Okay, Waka's gonna defend our next attack here. Get in Tidus here for now. Thanks for defending, Waka. Let's see. Probably won't hit properly. Yeah. Wait a second. Okay, I was thinking maybe this hand has haste because of the weird Mighty Guard. Oh, that's a lot of damage, dude. Why do you suddenly deal that much damage? Oh, he got this belt. Oh, that's not good. When did that happen, Waka? Must be one of the physical attacks of the hands. That does that. See, protect is still there. Okay, we're gonna get the thing in here in a second. I have to get Lulu back in because she's the one that can survive this. Let's see, this was what? 3 obliterations so far, or 4? He doesn't appear to do anything else, so... Let's see whether Waka still has Protect. He does. Try to heal him back up. Good night and good morning. Hands feel super fast all of a sudden. Oh, of course, you also don't have haste anymore. So, one of the hand's attacks definitely has that dispel capability. And hey Berserk, now, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Welcome as well, Northrex. We have enough HP to survive this. If I just pump healing into Waka, he would be mostly fine. The main problem is that we don't have a protection against the Terra Graviton, which I assume is a percentage-based attack anyways. Because that's what gravity usually implies. Downside is here, of course, Waka does not get another turn, and he does not have haste on his armor. So effectively Waka is just, well, healing. Well, not healing, but defending the entire time. But he's also dealing damage, I suppose. There's a Terra Graviton in there. That appears to be every 3rd turn for now. And if that happens, we're just dead. Do I wanna know the HP values? No, not yet. You can tell me everything after I defeat the boss. Thank you for asking. God luck. Thank you. Hey Lethy, thank you so much for 65 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. Alrighty, let's try to figure this out. So basically, the problem I have is that some of the hands dispel with their attacks, but I still want to defend with Waka. Or, for that matter, it doesn't have to be Waka. Lulu also has a break HP limit item. So if I were to customize something along the lines of break HP limit, maybe, let's see. Why does Riku have the best armor here? Outer region would be interesting too. No, let's see. What would I want for this? I would want to have auto protect, so she would always be only taking half damage anyways. She would kind of need a ribbon on it too. Because, well, we kind of need that, I guess. Let's see. Whoever is gonna be the tank. I want Rake HP limit 1, ribbon 2, then I have only 2 slots to work with at that point. And I will want to have auto haste. Honestly, the biggest problem is the graviton attack. Because that brings me just to low HP, and what are we gonna do then? I guess just have auto life on everybody. Because the graviton attack could just be in, before the obliteration, and the obliteration is going to, well, obliterate us right after. That's annoying. But here we would have auto protect. Let me actually just write that down. Let's see. Say obliteration 10 times fast. Okay, I just did. Let's see. Auto protect. Definitely would want to have auto protect here. I did just say I'm gonna save on a separate save file in case I decide for other things. Ribbon. And in this case, it would be nice for her to also have auto haste. Not technically necessary, but it would be very nice. Yeah, let's put auto haste on this as well. Alright, so that's gonna be a Lulu tank in that case. Oh. Here, Tirus. Let's go and get some items to put haste on this. We need Chocobo wings. Where do I get Chocobo wings from again? You got scammed? Why? I did say obliteration 10 times fast. No, I'm not asking a Chocobo for the wings. I'm taking the wings from other things. Let's see. Chocobo. From the Makria enemy. How much money do I have? Probably enough for now. Light monsters. Omega dungeon. Makria. Ambushed. Good. Right, 450,000? Sounds about right. Goodbye, thank you for the wings. There we go, 50 wings. Actually, that's 10 less than advertised. That might actually just barely not be enough. could put Order Phoenix on it in case the others get knocked over. But the plan for now at least is that we don't get knocked out to begin with. Don't know whether that's a sustainable plan. Especially with the combo attack. Auto region could also be interesting, I guess, to put on there. Again, I'm gonna use a separate save file. But I think the haste is going to be the most valuable. Yeah, need some more. Hello! Okay. 450,000 plus 25 is maximum HP. Divided by 25 times 10, 180,000 is 25% chance to succeed. It did work. And I don't get as many Chocobo rings, but I can't carry that many anyways. 24, that should be enough now. No, not this one. Oh, okay. Alright. Now. Lulu has the ability to tank quite a bit. Now. We have Waka for Ribbon. We need something for Kimari. We could break HP limit and just put the other thing on there. Oh wait, you have Ribbon? When did you get that? Ribbon and... Wait, that's actually useful, isn't it? Technically speaking. Ribbon and Curse Proof. I don't really need haste on Kimari, all things considered, right? That was a Yojimbo drop? Oh, very convenient. Perfect. I don't technically need auto haste. So instead, what I can do... Yeah, that was actually just a recent drop. That's lucky. What I can do is just put extra defense on here. Like defense plus 20%. Just trying to think whether there's anything else I would want to have on this instead. So this would guarantee that he survives the big nuke attack. We survive on Waka anyways because he has more maximum HP, so we wouldn't have to worry about that. The other way would be break HP limit. I would need a lot more 3 stars. Wait. Wings to Discovery. So yeah, this seems to be the cheaper variant for now. But I want to have auto haste on you as well. I think the answer is yes. Because Graviton's probably going to knock us out at some point anyways. Okay, let's do that. Don't need some Machia enemies. Gonna definitely fight over or save over a separate save file. We have 19, we need 61 more. So let's hope for more luck this time. I don't know whether you get where you get your Chocobo wings from, but I guess it's a lucrative business deal for him. 64, perfect. This should allow me to... customize this. Where is it? Oh. Oh, I need 3 more. I was wrong. Whoops. Bribe. Alright, what was it? For the cheaper one? I already forgot my numbers. 180,000. So this is a 25% chance to succeed. But it's also a lot cheaper, and it does remember how much I paid already, so this is 180,001. This is 180,002. Wait, that was 18,000? You're missing a digit? Whoops. Thank you for letting me know. That was 18,000, you say? Yeah, that's slightly more than that then. Whoopsie. I could have increased that by 1 for a long time. That would have never worked, because the minimum is 10 times their maximum HP. Alright, there we go. Auto haste. Alright, let's see whether this is gonna work. We'll have Waka and Lulu tank. Mainly Lulu at this point, actually. Curiously enough. Swift Cactus. Real quick. How much does a Mega Elixir cost? Mega Elixir is from a Varuna. 1.4 million. Yeah, that would take a while. Yep. Right. Going to make a separate save file or use a separate one. I only have 200. Let's lose one of the old ones. Let's say exactly 100. For the airship.
We're counting.
Yeah, Zanmato works on everything, which is why I'm not even considering it to be an interesting strategy. Like, because you can't just do it if you get lucky enough. Okay, did I equip everybody properly? Probably. Okay, Waka doesn't have auto haste, but he does have ribbon. You have ribbon and auto haste. It didn't work on Sin. That's interesting. Does it not work on Sin?
Here we go.
It's very yellow. I actually might not have enough accuracy anyways in TNTs. Do I even want to start buffing up? Everybody's going to survive. As long as they have protect, everybody survives. So far we don't appear to require a shell, but we'll see. I'm gonna go with luck and aim strats to see whether we can increase our physical chance to hit. Luck 1, luck 2. I've never even tried any status effects on these late game bosses because so far it's always been that it just doesn't work. Maybe I should try. Let's just try this one now. Luck 3. You do get another. You don't get the return. Well, actually. Yes, I do. Yes. Well, while I was defending, the hands did about 5,500 damage. Kimari would not survive a hand attack. I'm gonna Sentinel up here. I really want to double Lulu's and Waka's maximum HP probably. The hands don't... Well, actually no, it's not true. The hands do cast spells. But I think it's a percentage-based spell, so... You don't need to heal up right now. Alrighty, let's see. Doubles maximum HP of party, let's do that. Waka and Lulu can get more. Kimari is still stuck on 10,000. Let's get you healed up. We're gonna focus on that arm first. Actually, wait. According to my notes... The left hand is the one that casts Tetragraviton. So I'm gonna try and focus on the left arm first. It does heal decently well, I guess. Ooh, that's not good enough for defenses. That is not good enough for defenses. She doesn't get to Sentinel this turn, actually. He's too slow. Why do you have less defense than Waka? You took more damage, didn't you? I think I should begin auto life, everybody. So Waka gets a turn before the hand. Oh, because we didn't cheer up yet, that's why. Yeah, alright. Let's cheer up. Good pockets, mega elixir. I'm gonna Sentinel up on Waka here, because Lulu doesn't get a turn for a while. Tier 2, I guess physical defense is still very useful. Tetragraviton. At least it's in that... Oh, it's not a percentage based in that area anyways. That's annoying. So Tetragraviton must be either straight up damage or based on my maximum HP. Considering how much damage it dealt to Waka, I think it's based on maximum HP. Yeah, it's definitely maximum HP. Well, that's annoying. I have to heal up everybody to full, which means doubling the maximum HP is not really necessarily a good thing. We do get quite a few turns to gear up. Question, Riku. How do you do mix with the cheer thing? Let's see. Going to look up the mix list again. Ultra null all. So healing water or tetra elemental. There's a tetra elemental and Chocobo feather or Chocobo wing. The downside is we're not gonna get Riku out of here because she is now super slow still, but I'm mainly curious whether we can do something about this. Okay. Which weapon to spirit thing? That thing has more defense than I hoped it would have. Oh yeah, you're still not hasted. Of course you're not hasted. Riku's not gonna survive this anyways. Yeah, that is max damage right there because it comes defense, or at least part of it. So we could potentially do something along these lines. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that part. Kimari needs to have cheer. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. He should survive. And we did. If that thing had just used Tetragraviton every turn, there must be some trick to this. Alright, the experimentation time. Did we determine these 3 targets are immune to breaks? Nope, we haven't determined any status effect thing enough. That's exactly what I'm about to do now. See whether any status effects can stick. I don't expect them to, but I don't know yet. I probably need at least to have a higher aim on everybody so I can just physically attack. For all I know, this could be like a final boss chrono trigger thing, but yeah, please do not tell me. Do appreciate it. Let's see. The problem is actually hitting, so I'm literally just getting a Riku in so we can do the mix for hitting stuff. Petra Elemental. Alright, so now, let's see. Full break. Immune. Basically expected. But I don't know whether full break immune on the other side. Or you. Probably as well. Immune. Honestly, the strangest thing is still Kimari not surviving this. Oh god. Good night. Good morning. Didn't his old arm have auto protect? Oh, does the Ultra Null arm not give protect? Oh, never mind. I thought the Ultra Null all also gave protect, but apparently it doesn't. Alright. So the main body and the arm on the right side, technically his left arm, is immune to break all, so we can't reduce the damage in any capacity. There was one that gives protect. Okay, gonna haste walk at this time. No. Full break on this thing. Please hit. Nice, still immune, as expected. Alrighty, now. Yes, you should have that. One thing I haven't really used. Let's use the Lay Buster. Immune, of course. I mean, I say of course, but I don't technically know that. Just expect it. Triple foul on penance. Let's see. Immune, of course. The funny thing would be actually if you could blind the hands for them to no longer properly be able to hit. Triple foul this. Also the interesting thing is even melee attackers can hit this thing. Whereas previously they had trouble and you missed. Could be I was just thinking it could be machine, maybe stealing from it will just break it apart. Let's see. Lay Buster. No, give me it. Wasn't an idea. Alright, haven't tried you. Give me it. Alright. Buster doesn't work in any capacity. I would be very surprised if you can blind the hands or anything like that. Hyper Mighty GMX can give you Protect, Shell, or Hastened Auto Life to all. Okay. He'll be back in an hour or so, and I most likely will still be here. Does auto life on an item only work once? No, the catch is only Waka has an armor equipped that gives him the ability to automatically use a item as soon as somebody falls. The other two do not have an armor such as that. Right, let's see. Haven't tried triple foul on the arms. Just in case. Yeah, I figured as much. What else do we have? Quick hit. Double cast, copycat, provoke. Bribe one of the arms to go away. That would be funny. Provoke. Immune. Who would have guessed? What else do we have? Threaten. Nope. No, but do you have anything else interesting? Wait, we can flee. That's funny. A chicken knife would not be good for this encounter, huh? Quick pockets. Yeah, quick pockets allows you to use an item quicker than using the regular item command. Alright, hey, we can get elixirs from this. What do you have to steal? More elixirs. Calamity. Huh. From what I can tell, the arms attacks are completely random. So the next best thing I can think of at this point is to just try and nuke down the arms. I feel like that has the most promise for success, but I will also want to set up for that immediately. Hi. You just run away. That's kind of funny. Didn't use any items so far. And Ushi, thank you. Thank you so much for 8 months of support. That's quite a long time already. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Alright, let's see. I won't want to haste and quick hit. Problem is the hitting part. But it feels like I'm not missing that much chance to hit. Did I make the Mega Sisters? I did. Hi Royal Blue. My idea... Well, basically, I ended up just kind of leveling Yuna. And it turns out I didn't even really need to do that. If all she needed was agility. That's it. What's your accuracy? Not quite enough. But I have a lot of accuracy spheres. Accuracy is 84. Yeah, that's not that great. I'm actually just going to put in a bunch of points into accuracy for now. So I kind of figured I would be doing this in order to fight Yoshinba to begin with. But I, well, didn't end up doing that. So begin here. I'm just gonna put a bunch of accuracy into the characters. So I do have accuracy spears. So I'm just going to start using them. I was basically just too lazy to do this until now. But I feel like it is time. I feel like I just don't have enough time to set up for them, so I have to be quicker. How many speed spheres do we have? 37. I don't need to equip 3 cactus anyways. I'm considering asking chat whether I should... Like, I'm considering whether I should just ask for how much accuracy I need. Because it's clearly not as much as Yojimbo or the Magus Sisters. What constitutes beating postgame? Probably this thing. Hi Profness, welcome, I hope you're doing well. This thing being... Penance, which is what I'm working on at this point. Which arm are we going to focus on? The one that casts Graviton. Which is... arm number 2. ...120 accuracy. Let's see whether 120 is enough. I don't actually want to use Waka. Thinking about it. That makes... So... I actually don't want to use Waka. Because he doesn't have a celestial weapon to ignore defense. So I'm actually gonna... work Lulu in here instead. I assume her celestial weapon, even if I physically attack, is still going to deal... or ignore the defense, right? Feel free to confirm or deny. Celestial weapons to treat defense as 0, unless you misunderstood the question. Nope, you got it perfectly. Oh yeah, I never actually gave you the magic power on Tidus. That's fine, you're just good accuracy. Did it be penance? No. Otherwise I would be running around trying to find the remaining Albert primers and tracked spheres. I'm just increasing my accuracy at this point. Alright, we have 12 more, so we can put in 3 more spheres for everybody. 3 more speed. Spheres, that is. 1. And if I'll need more, well, I'll notice that very soon. Wait, that's not right. I get 4 for everybody. Probably should actually prioritize giving more to Lulu. Let's see, Tidus has 141 accuracy. Kimari has 136. Not much less. Lulu will probably have by far the least. Did we recruit Onion Knight for Yaga's Blitzball team? The doll? No. I think it doesn't like swimming. Alright, everybody should have auto haste, auto haste, auto haste. Right, let's see whether this is gonna work. I'm going to once again use a different save file for this. Just in case I decide that I wanna rearrange stuff later.
You're counting.
Let's see.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
There was a sealed path inside of Sin. Was there? I don't remember there being anything sealed at this point anymore. But it could be that I just forgot. Alright, let's see whether this is sufficient. We have a bunch more accuracy. And the hope is that I forgot to equip Lulu's proper weapon. No. Here, quick hit. Left arm. I tried to hit and it missed. That's kind of cute though. Alright. Oof, we don't have enough accuracy. 3, 4, 5. We get 6 attacks in. This is not gonna survive this one. But if I gave Kimari Protect, he would survive it. Alright, goodbye. We need more accuracy. Actually, maybe accuracy is not gonna be sufficient. Very, very possible that I will need luck. Like the luck, in-game luck. Or just real luck, that would work too, potentially. By the way, we need more speed spheres.
Here we go!
Heroes get... annoying counters weapon. Squeak, 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 squeak issues. Wait, where's my Chocobo lady? Oh, she was... the other Chocobo I saw over there. Alright. Going to just walk. Seeing the tiny little onion knight hopping to try and hit is adorable. Yeah. Is PlayStation 2 approved by Yevon? It uses Forbidden Machina. Well, this runs on Steam. So, I think Steam-driven Machina are okay, right? Just no electricity. I think it's fine. Steam is ancient tech. Yep. Alright. Equip the proper weapon on you. Like monsters. Alright. Track speed. Rude. Hey, Ricodactylus, welcome. I hope you're doing well. So what's the plan? Nuking one hand. But I need more accuracy. For which I need more speed spheres for now. Don't know whether that will work, but that's just kind of my current idea. Because magic is not gonna work as well, because I'm pretty sure magic attacks don't ignore defense, which is kind of annoying. Have I tried Yoshimboing him? No. I know it works. Not interesting. Alright. Thank you. Now, back to accuracy distribution. Let's see. Actually, I probably should check with Lulu first, right? How many do you need, Lulu, to get 255? It's 4 each. 25. A lot. That's the short version. RPG check, thank you. Thank you so much for 63 months of support. That's a really long time already. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Good morning to you. Gonna check the accuracy again after these ones here. Okay, it's about 20 more. How many do we have? $63, so once we are at 43 accuracy spheres remaining, we should be done with accuracy spheres. That's the theory. You might need to partake in the luck grind. Well, maybe. We'll see. But I can't figure out another strategy. Well, I mean, I don't even know whether nuking one of the appendages works to begin with. So, for all I know, that's completely pointless for me to try, but I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Oof, there's not a whole lot of empty spheres around here. Go bottom right instead. Yeah, we're going bottom right instead. Back off. I just hope I'm not getting to the point where I'll have to start scrubbing off the sphere grid. It would take forever. Was I made a mistake in movement? Hopefully I don't have to get more levels on Lulu. That would be silly at this point. 8 more. Let's see. 25 more. Let's hope 24 is sufficient. That's 8. I need to farm some more speed spheres anyways, I guess. I still need all of them? That is... no, actually. Oh. Right, this should be all the accuracy spheres that we need. Lulu definitely needs the most by far, so she should be at the maxed out value now. It's probably overkill anyways, but hey. I could probably skip the part up there with Tidus and just go straight to the right. Also, by the way, I accidentally farmed up too many accuracy spheres when I was trying to calculate for it. I was kind of thinking, okay, I get 2 accuracy spheres per encounter. So... oh yeah, I also get 2 accuracy per sphere, right? So I literally farmed twice as many as I needed to, because I didn't think straight. But at the same time, it was still kind of an enjoyable grind. Could just turn off my brain and hit buttons while watching other stuff at the time. Don't you need accuracy spheres for other stuff? I'm not sure what you might be referring to. I guess there are mixes in which you can mix them, but I don't know whether that's anything particularly useful. You're a big fan of brain off content? It's nice. You're currently crafting hundreds of things in Final Fantasy XIV with your brain off. Oh nice, good luck to you. Missed the sphere there? Yeah, Tidus does not need as many, it's fine. I intentionally skipped that one because it's just a more efficient path this way. Thank you though. I did also skip all the magic spheres for Tidus, like he does not have magic maxed out. And you have everything? Nope, you actually need 3 more. And this should be enough. I think we don't have enough accuracy or speed spheres for Kimari at this point. We'll see though. Might just be barely enough. Actually, I don't think it is. Yep, we need more speed spheres. I'm gonna do that real quick. Do you remember the times where Kimari's physical attack was still super weak, but you missed? Okay. That's where we need the luck, huh? Maxed out accuracy doesn't mean anything. Welcome! Welcome to you, Elizara. I hope you have a nice day so far. Filling the sphere grid? Yeah. Trying to not fill in the entire thing, but... well, we'll see. Which super bosses have I killed now? Everything but penance. Apparently you can fight the 3 Maggot Sisters individually. Which, thankfully, people only told me after I defeated them. Because it was kind of more fun that way, in a weird way. Alright. Everybody has... well, not everybody, but the 3 main characters here have max accuracy. Hallowed Bulk, Onion Knight, Spirit Lance. Let's see. You fought them all together? Yeah, I just nuked them with double cast Ultima. And when they used their Delta attack, I simply summoned 1 Aeon, which was just fine.
You're counting.
Then I knocked out 1 before anything bad could happen.
Yee-haw! Here we go!
We still have not resorted to abusing Waka. I mean, he gets plenty abused, just because he is usually tanking the attacks of everything. Alright, let's see, buddy. Quick hit. One. One hit. 2 hits. Not 3. I don't wanna do that. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and get a coffee. I'm gonna think about this. Be right back. Quick break. Alrighty, I'm back. Hello, everybody. Well, I think I'm just gonna try a few things here and there. Let's see.
counting?
It's mainly just kind of a concept of maybe if I use like the luck
Yee-haw!
increase thingy in combat, it could help. Maybe the aim as well. I wish there was a reset spell. Just to reset the battle back to the beginning. So restarting would be quicker. Alrighty. Luck. 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 The Waka in there. Paste yourself, Waka. Gonna protect everybody via Mighty Guard. Lulu's gonna go twice. Luck again. Actually, he just doesn't get that one. Ooh. Oh, the arms are gonna still attack right now. Get Yuna in here. I haven't even tried anything with summons so far. Let's see, Muhammad. Problem is, none of the Aeons have particularly much agility. Mighty God. I think that's good timing right there. Thanks, Bahamut. Okay, I guess not. Peace. Oh, wait for Waka. Honk. Hey, come back up here. You're not done yet. Honk. Oh, that's bad. Honestly, I have one problem with this encounter. Just one. Terra Graviton. If it wasn't for that thing, I would be able to set up and survive sufficiently, I think. But as it stands, I don't see how I can possibly prepare sufficiently to survive a Terra Graviton and an obliteration immediately after. That's kind of the biggest problem I have with this thing right now. You can delete characters lost from fight too. The physical attack just use petrification. Oh, kind of. mainly because Yuna doesn't have any useful protection. The physical attacks feel mostly pointless. Like, physical attacks deal more damage. Problem is, without luck spheres, we're not gonna hit. I don't wanna farm luck spheres. So let's try to figure out other methods, shall we? Maybe we just need to get lucky. We do have everybody able to resist all the status effects in this formation here. We do survive Obliterate as long as we have Protect on everybody. So let's see whether we can work with this. We're not gonna double the character's maximum HP because we need to try and heal them up to full every time as well. Let's just see how far we can get with this setup. Waka, you use haste on yourself. Actually, one thing I haven't tried yet is slow. Maybe you can slow them. I think I want to defend with Kimari for now. Let's see. Slow. Nope, you mean. And hey, Regasin, thank you for the good luck. Do I have 355 accuracy? I do, yes, actually. Alright, quick pockets. Mega elixir. Do I want to defend with Waka? Kimari will survive one physical attack from one of the hands, but let's just hope the hands don't physically attack. Begin cheering. Actually, he doesn't survive unless I physically defend. Let's just hope they don't hit Kimari if they attack. Lamate. Alright. Cheer 3. Cheer 4. And cheer 5. So everybody has full physical defense. Now, how do we proceed from here? Physical attacks feel pointless, but I'm actually gonna try full aim, full luck, see whether we can hit the thing. We might not get the opportunity, because we'll probably die beforehand, but who knows. Aim 1, aim 2. Aim 3. Why? Oh, that's annoying. I didn't realize he was armor broken. Now I know what that does at least. Yeah, came out right full break. But even worth trying to protect, yes. I'm just gonna bet on Kimari not getting attacked here. Double cast some Ultimas. I think there's like 26,000 HP damage on the hands. 27. It's basically only quarter of what we potentially could do per turn, and slower too. Slap. Terra Graviton. Okay, that's good to know. 3/4 HP. Your mighty god is cheating. Just saying. I think Kimari needs to defend. Because he doesn't have cheer anymore. The problem is, if this thing uses Terra Mega or Graviton again, we're just straight up dead. Actually, no, we can barely survive it. But only if one of them. Pickpockets, Mega Elixirs. Nice. Uraga, actually no. You heal yourself, then we're just gonna double cast Rain. The only sensible thing to do. Actually, I haven't tried poisoning it yet. In fact, Kimari, I hope you get another turn. I wanna try using all sorts of status effects on these things. Runza Rage. Nova sets you super far back though. Kind of want a Doom, kind of want a Bad Breath. Let's just Doom. See how long it takes until this thing counts down. Two on the turns? Yeah, that doesn't seem worth it. There's another Terra Graviton. Great. Good night. Good morning. And... oh yeah, of course, Waka got dispelled because one of the physical attacks also dispels. I didn't notice. That doesn't help. Good luck surviving for 200 turns with your sanity intact. Oh, the sanity wouldn't be the problem, but I die before that. If it was just sanity, I have plenty. Let's see. Yeah, genuinely, the main problem is the Pterograviton. I could just nuke that one arm, it would be golden. Magic is just not good enough. And physical attacks, just not good enough. Actually, we do have aim 4 on you, don't we? Hang on. Maybe aim does something. It does it. I do think I'm actually going to try and pursue that avenue. I need Kimari to just survive and obliterate without me having to invest into it. You can probably use Doom on the center part. There's been one enemy so far who has been immune to Doom. Everything else, even like final and super bosses, worked. It was just not worth waiting for 222 turns. So that's that. Do I have Kimari's strongest overdrive? I do have Nova. But it's only 100,000 damage. Not gonna help me. Alright. Let's see. It's a guaranteed hit, right? And you can recharge his overdrive. Well, yeah, but it's basically... Every time I use it, it's gonna be basically as if Kimari was taking 3 turns until he can move again. And I might as well use Holy at that point. Just a catch. I think Kimari has to defend here. Right. Cheer 1. Let's see if Kimari takes less than 5,000 damage in this case. Okay, Kimari does survive, so we didn't have to defend there. Heal up real quick. The question is, do we want to Sentinel with somebody? In case they physically attack. Would Lulu survive? Maybe. Let's just try. Alright, we're gonna aim and luck up. See whether we can do something with this. Luck 1. Luck 2. Actually, we just hope they, well, use spells and stuff. Luck 3. ID guard. Ow. I'd like to point out that this is so much damage on Lulu. Okay. Luck 4. And luck 5. Now, let's see whether we can actually hit. One hit. We do want to dispel it. I think Sentinel Walker here makes the most sense. I'll have to heal this up anyways. So we quick pockets this on Lulu. Wait, no, we need to quick pocket this on Kimari. Because he doesn't deal max damage right now because his maximum HP is kinda low. We do survive a Graviton right now. Waka is going to defend for both of them. The downside is going to be he might be, well, no longer hasted. I will need to pay attention to that. Miss. I was really hoping that this would be sufficient. Come on, hit please. Nope, luck is not sufficient. There goes armor on Kimari. Terra Graviton. And let's see. Gonna Sentinel up again. Kimari needs himself dispelled. Then he needs protect again. But we also simultaneously have to heal up. Nice hit. That was a crit, unfortunately. You're dispelled, aren't you? But I guess you don't necessarily need the turns. But he kinda do. And so here's the problem turn coming up, actually. Because we're gonna get obliterated. And then immediately... well, I guess we can heal in between. Wait, why did... why? Why did Kimari die? Did I not cast Protect on him anymore? Also, of course, Waka doesn't have Protect anymore. That's why I wanted to protect on Lulu. I remember. Gonna Sentinel up on her. I need to heal. I need somebody to Sentinel. But the problem is, I'm pretty sure you no longer have Protect, do you? Nope, you still have Protect, but the others two do not. Which means the Obliteration is gonna deal a ton of damage. Oh yeah, you always have protect. That's right. Because I gave you auto protect. I mean, what do you expect me to do against that? Suppose it's the same as usual. I'm not expecting to win here still. Not with that amount of megaliths anyways. Because now, he's gonna do this, and if he physically attacks with his other hand now, Ludo's dead. Oh, actually, she wasn't dead, but the other two are. Because they didn't have protect. I knew that. What's my verdict? I need auto hasten, protect, and ribbon on everybody. Ribbon is 99 darkness, indeed. And I used one today in order to get that to Lulu. Let's see. Blitzes on this thing. Nope. Not good enough. Because this does not ignore defense when you use the blitz attacks. Or overcharge attacks. And that's the biggest problem about it anyways. Nova will deal max damage to all parts, but it's just going to take so long until Kimari can move again. Do as you will. Taking a break. Okay. 20,000 damage to you guys. Fight. You missed. Hmm. Okay, I'm going to ask one question. How much HP does that arm have that I'm trying to attack? Arm number 2. The left arm it's actually called, I guess. 500,000. Thank you. That is within reason. Technically. Because we do actually get 5 turns before it can do anything. Which means if I had enough luck to guarantee a hit, I would be able to probably take it out before it can do anything. And I assume it gets revived with full HP occasionally, so... Like, I could in theory get lucky once. Just taking it out right there. But I think the probability is just straight up not good enough. Hey Hoppy, welcome. Hope you have a nice day so far. Do I want to know how much luck I need? Sure, why not? What are my stats? Not good enough. Roughly 80 for a guaranteed hit. Titus has some of the most alongside Waka. 45, 29. Marik's 26. How many Ultimas is that? I'm really surprised you would survive. I'm gonna try a few more times. We can deal 50,000 damage guaranteed to that thing.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
Did I unleash this thing on the world? No, it's attacking me randomly. I was just defending myself against the Archaeans. And then this guy showed up after I defended myself. Successfully. Yeah, let's just see what happens if I try this. Double cast. Ultima. Gonna try and keep track of how much damage it'll do. Like if it was at least a pattern like Nemesis, where it's using Tetragraviton every X amount of turns, then it would be much more interesting to deal with, but as it stands, it's like, I hope you have enough stats in order to do something about it. You survived this, right, Kimari? It's not guaranteed that he survives it, I don't think. Either way. I could just double cast Rain on the thing. hands are going to cast spells, most likely. Not guaranteed, though. It's plus 16,000. Actually sum this up. Actually, would have made much more sense to quick pocket. Hindsight. Lost 33. And 34. So 67. That's the amount of damage Kimari deals per turn. Big pockets, mega elixir. ID guard, we dispel that one. That's basically the perfect target right there, actually. Dispel. And double cast. Ultima. Ultima. Plus 30. Plus 30. Alright. We're at about 200,000 damage so far. Kimari does kind of add a bit more damage than the others. 34. On average 67. We're halfway through the right arm's HP at this point. Double cast. Rain. Don't wanna lose you here. 8.5. Yeah, 8. That's about 15. Let's see. We would need 120,000. Actually, if I double cast Ultima right there with Lulu, I could have actually knocked this thing out right here. Oh, that was a mistake. Ooh, actually no, it wouldn't have been enough. It barely would not have been enough. I need to get lucky one more turn anyways. 27 plus 27. 54. Because Kimari could use... could deal 100,000 damage guaranteed, and Lulu's attacks are 60,000. Actually, just barely not enough. Almost enough, but barely not. Six, 72. Wait, did they increase your magic defense? It's not 70, it's less than 70. We need to get lucky here. At this rate. I need them to not physically attack Kimari. Calamity, that is break. Don't get hit, Lulu. And they attack Kimari. We get a turn in before. Did not. But double cast Ultima. Should deal enough damage if I use this both on Waka as well as Lulu. Knock out the right arm. Wait, why do you suddenly deal so much less damage? Oh, you have Magic Break! Oh no! I didn't think this one through. No! Calamity and him. Well, the funny thing is it's actually useful for Kimari. Alright. Hang on, this should be definitely enough this time for Ultima to knock out the arm. Lulu can heal everybody, but she's going to get knocked out by... the thing guaranteed. Okay, one arm gun. Oh, I can heal twice. Should you heal twice? No, you should dispel yourself so you actually survive. Oh. Alright. I can either protect Kimari and he might survive, or dispel Lulu. Actually, it's dispel Lulu, she doesn't... Yeah, she doesn't survive if I dispel her anyway, so... this is the correct move. Okay. The arm is only ever going to attack once. Waka's the only one who doesn't get revived if he gets killed. Calamity. Alright. I did not keep track of the damage on this arm. Yaka Frontier. Hello. Welcome. Quick pockets. Mega elixirs. Obliterate! I should probably try to dispel the main part as well. Calamity. Which means you're a heal bot at this point. Double cast Ultima. We need to actually get some damage in here. Regeneration. Yeah. Now my main hope right now is that it does not regenerate with full HP. That might be a futile hope, but let's see. Oh wait, you are... powered down anyways. Hey, you're no longer powered down. Okay. Double cast Ultima. I hope it's only gonna revive with 100,000 HP, but you know that's not how it works. Most likely anyways. But yeah, you're no longer hasted, of course. I forgot about that part. Sorry, Waka. My bad. I have the slight suspicion it has more HP than that. Trying to think. If I gave everybody Auto Protect, Auto Phoenix, and Auto Haste, let me try to think about it this way. Obliterate hits every... Well, actually, no, the problem is still Graviton is still going to kill everybody. At the same time. I just need to hit that thing in time. Alright. I have a question, chat. Is there another clever trick? Please only answer with yes or no. Is there another clever trick that I could use, aside from farming a block in order to knock down the arm as quick as possible with quick hits? Or is that the strategy? There is another quick, clever trick. Maybe yes, probably. Okay. Yoshimbo doesn't count. Yoshimbo doesn't count, guys. You weren't thinking of Zanmato. Any trick he won't like? No, I mean, right now the only thing I can think of I don't like is Yoshinbo Zanmato. Hey, we killed the other arm. Let me be honest, unfortunately at this point I kind of lost all faith in the encounter design for the post-game bosses. Regeneration, one turn after I revived it. So you just revived them on a cycle. Huh. I have to admit, at this point, I'm very close to saying I'm just not interested in beating this thing. Because I would rather just do another playthrough of the game instead. You just read this, doesn't seem terribly useful. Thing about the arms if you want to hear it. Regarding the revival. The revival happens every X amount of turns. Because the first one didn't get revived for quite a long time, and the other one immediately, so... You're struggling with the arms and you haven't even dealt any noticeable damage to the big guy. Yeah, that's indeed accurate. But I know he has way more HP just based on the regeneration ticks. So I'm not currently worried about that.
We're counting on you.
Any progress on penance yet? Not really.
Here we go.
Let me think about this. Let's see. According to my cat sheet, the fortune spheres are from the Earth Eater, and the Greater Sphere has the Luck spheres. We can get a maximum of 2 each encounter. I mean, I don't have the Waka multi-hit overdrive, and I don't have his celestial weapon. This is one of the few bosses that cannot be defeated in no sphere grid, no Zanmato challenges. There's a definite stat requirement that no amount of clever play you can go around. Yeah. Kind of a shame. Let's see. How much luck did you say I needed? 70? Or was it 90? $85. So 40 more on you. A lot more on you. It's 4 each, so that's 10. But you basically need 70... 68, I guess, is... Wait, no. You don't get to 6. Do you? 5, 10? You do, yeah. So you would need... So the most we need is 68 divided by 4. That is... 16? 17. So 17 luck spheres for you, plus you need 10, so 27. And Kimari would need 40, 60. So 15 for Kimari. So 42 luck spheres and 17 fortune spheres. Yeah. Okay. Here's the deal. I'll do it. I'm gonna grind up the luck and fortune spheres, but I'm not gonna do that on stream, guys. I have to admit, I do actually kind of like the prospect of just mindlessly grinding for it on a baseline. I'll figure it out. But until I've done that, I think I'm pretty happy with the progress I've made so far. And I'm kind of looking forward to learning what else you can do about penance. But until then, honestly, putting into numbers where it is 42 luck spheres, which is, if I do it right, just 21 encounters. That doesn't sound like a whole lot to me. Since I don't need to max out the stat, I think it's mostly fine. It's not as extreme as I expected it to be honest. But yeah, that's what I'll be doing. I have the numbers reversed. For luck and fortune? Probably. I didn't pay attention. It's one or the other, it doesn't matter. Luck around 85 was the goal. I'm actually gonna write that down so I don't forget about it. Luck to place and fortune to activate. Alright, that is 42 fortune spheres and 17 luck spheres. Thank you for the corrections. I have a lot of unused luck notes too. I suppose I have a few. Yeah, I do actually. I also have like 3 master spheres or something like that still. 4. So... -4 master spheres. Yeah, something like that. We'll figure it out. So, one thing I will be doing at this point real quick, before probably done for today. I'm going to just... The one thing I will be doing on stream here real quick is I'm just going to try and figure out a more efficient way to just rank these enemies, because I'm pretty sure the Big Meanie Head had like a death attack, but we have a significantly more defense, so we might not get instantly killed by him anymore. We'll see. Did we win? Nope. I've come to the conclusion that with my limited knowledge, unless I want to get the thing spoiled, I would just need to reach a certain amount of luck, and I did ask how much luck I would need to reach. And I'm just gonna grind that out offline. I did unfortunately not really come up with a clever strategy, but maybe I will be able to come up with a clever strategy once I have full information. Maybe. That's kind of questionable. Alright, Callum Bulk, Onion Knight, Spirit Lance. Wait, not Spirit Lance. No, it is Spirit Lance. Alrighty, so. Fight monsters. The ones we need to fight are Earth Eater here. I will also need money, so that's a different thing. And the Earth Eater we just defeat by quick hitting. Right? But you counterattack. And insta-kill unless we have death proof on our equipment. Don't need death proof on everybody. You don't have death proof. Actually, I could just have death proof on you. And then Sentinel up. Let's see whether that actually works. I'll probably also want to have more Mega Elixirs, so I will want to grind up a bit more money. Let's see whether this works. So the plan would be something along the lines of quick hit. Oh. Right, I forgot about that part. But you do now counterattack with Flare, don't you? How much damage is this? It's fine. Yeah, we can easily survive that. Put Kimari back in here. I actually only need to attack twice. Pomaru! Thank you! Thank you for subscribing at Prime Gaming. Welcome back to you. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, a bit of a slower one. But overall, I think this is simple enough. I just need to make sure I will be able to overkill him. So that means I need to keep Tito's HP and Kimura's HP at a sufficiently high level. He does appear to have less physical defense as soon as... he falls over now. Also, he has 1.3 million HP, so at best that is... 14 attacks. We have Auto Haste, but no Auto Phoenix on it. You have 8 Auto Phoenix on this thing. I might want to look up a clever way to knock this guy out, but if the big flan was any indication, there might just be no clever way. And how much HP do you have? I did not pay attention. There we go. Alrighty, so this, as long as we don't get Dark Matters, this is how we get the Fortune Spheres. I'll probably just streamline my approach a little bit. Yeah, 2 Fortune Spheres. These are... Which one were these? Where's my notes? Black notes. These are the ones to fill out the thingy. And the other one... that we need to defeat. We actually need to defeat significantly less from these. Here's the Gorilla Sphere. Which probably... I think this one doesn't even counterattack. Oh my goodness, that animation takes forever to resolve. Now it does counterattack. Oh dear. Oh, does it ever not counterattack, or does it always counterattack? Ah, that's amazing though. Maybe I should actually mug attack, maybe it has something useful to steal. This fight is so slow. So if you play the PC version, by the way, what you can do is you can press F1 in order to have 4 times speed. So it wouldn't be nearly as bad. But I don't currently plan on using that. I've used it in... something. Oh yeah, in order to farm up magic spheres, I've actually used that. But... technically, the magic thing was mostly to hedge my bets just in case I needed it, and I actually did need it, so... yeah. Is it worth Yoshimboing these enemies? Yoshimbo will never overkill. Gambler Spirit. We could always get rare steals. We have enough of these. On the bright side, we take so little damage that this is mostly still really easy. Okay, this thing has 1500 k HP. Or more specifically, 1.5 million. This is really where Wakka's Overdrive speeds things up much. You know, that makes a lot of sense actually. Speaking of Overdrive, there's not much of a reason not to use it, right? Blitz Ace might do more damage in between counters. Yes, that's kind of what I was just thinking as well. Let's see, it's not maximum HP, but... not bad. Oh, shoot. I didn't realize that it could get a turn. I straight up forgot that's a possibility. Also, I did not keep track of how much damage I dealt. The damage number, Slice and Dice does more damage. I mean, yeah, it does, but how much is it really worth it? Because the animation is also way longer. Alright, Kuranga. Jeez. What I mean. Let's see. Maybe a spiral cut. Wait, not spiral cut. The other one I wanted to use. I meant to use the other thing. Wait, you counterattack with hydraulic press? Really? That's a first. Oh, you counterattack the overdrive. I'm a doofus. I forgot about that part. Wait, what do you counterattack magic with then? Maybe I should double cast flare. That's not max damage though. What's the overkill amount we need for this one? Technically that's more damage. Oh, do you need max damage for this one? Oi! I'm late to figure out how to do this properly. Alright. But yeah, I'll just do this offline. Okay, in the meantime, we still have a few more things to do, specifically eject spheres. I'm trying to figure out which check spheres I'm still needing at this point. 2 luck spheres. You're at the point where it's not hard, it's just slow, yep. Alrighty, let's see. You wish there was automatic scanning Luxes? By the way, just for reference, there is this menu here in the PC version where you can use some special features to... where was it? Cactus will be supercharged. No, there's something else in here. Which parameters? Oh, here, you can get all items, unlock all skills, and max skill. Oh, common items though. Actually, I have never even looked at this. Unlock all skills. Yeah, makes sense. Either way, that's technically a thing, but I'm not gonna use it. Cheat options. Hey, I feel like cheat menus and options are great in games, like genuinely. When I was a kid, one of my favorite things to play around with was Civilization 2. It had built-in cheat menu, and instead of me just kind of stopping playing the game that I actually enjoyed otherwise, but because I was kind of, well, really bad at it, I was just able to continue playing anyways by just using some cheats here and there. Usually got boring quickly after that one anyways, and I started a new game. And I tried to get further and further without cheating, but I could also try out a lot of things, so it was great. Alright, let's finally get to the eject sphere, shall we? Wasn't Civilization 2 the one with the really wacky technology? Probably. People who complain people would just cheat and ruin the game are silly. If they have fun cheating, it doesn't stop you from having fun not cheating. Yeah, I agree. Where do we need to go? Alright, check sphere number 4. I think I haven't found that one yet, from what I can tell. So this one is on the SS Leaky Bridge. I don't know where that is. Probably Kilika? Where would that be? Is there a eject sphere in Kilika? Kilika to Luka. So maybe that's the... ship? Should be Kilika, then board the ship. Okay, let's see. Where does the ship? Where's the ship? Oh, look at the Beside Island. Ah. That thing. Oh my goodness, camera changes! I keep accidentally getting redirected. Hello! Wishing upon a lesser goal isn't going to make my dreams come true. I wonder what my dreams are anyway. I don't really know myself. Wishing upon a lesser goal? Are there greater goals? Doggy, the fly ship is an Albert market, alright? No way I'm going to cheer for them. They say it was the Albert that spread those rumors about Summoner Yuna being a traitor. And we spread that rumor. We're rooting for that fly ship. Our lives depend on it. Don't worry, assigned to him too. Just let me sleep, okay? Use the lower decks to sleep and rest. We'll get there by the time you wake up. Going to rest now? No. Something else somewhere. Hello. He stayed on my lap when he sang the hymn. That's nice. When Sin is gone, I'll clean up my act and work more diligently. I don't think that day will ever come, though. Technically it was already here, but you don't know it because it's an alternate universe. Okay, I don't know where that sphere is. Hello. I'm doing a study on the animals of Spira. Neat. Okay, I don't know what I'm looking for, I guess. Did I miss it? It was like the wrong boat. The other one is supposed to say to Kilika. Ah, okay. This isn't the boat you're looking for. Okay. Oh, I'd like to get back on the boat. Take you to Kilika. You remember it being in a lower level. I mean, we're just taking cruises while Sin is just sitting on top of the place, aren't we? Oh, why is it by default not yet? Come on. Hello. Alright, I need to go... Wait, which one did I choose last time? Did I beat Mega Sisters? Yes. Nuked them with Ultima and it actually worked. But I had to level up Yuna in order for her to be fast enough.
Nice to see you again.
You really quit the Knights?
Yeah, I did. Elma was upset with me, but Captain Lucille understood. Now I'm working as a Chocobo breeder on this ship. I really love taking care of Chocobos. Being with Chocobos all the time, I think I found my calling. And it's all thanks to you. Thank you.
Well, I'm happy for you.
Oh yeah. I found this in one of the Chocobo nests the other day. It's no use to me, so I want you to have it.
Oh, thank you.
I have to go now. It's time for lunch.
Hey, I want to talk to you some more. Can't your stomach wait?
I meant I have to feed the Chocobos. They get really upset if they're not fed. See ya!
Oh, I like that guy. By the way, that's also a cutscene that I forgot about, but people actually did mention that one. One thing I haven't tried yet on this boat here is inside. Oh, there it is. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting implication. If there's a sphere on the boat, Jack made the sphere and left it on the boat, and everyone just sort of left it there, right? That's kind of what I was thinking too, but let's not think about it too much. Obtain the Jack sphere. Take a look.
After you get that Aeon from Besaid, where are we going?
Back the way we came. Then we go north from Bavel and climb Mount Gagazet. Beyond it lies Zanarkand.
Zanarkand, huh? It's been in ruins for 1,000 years, right?
So the legends say. No one knows for sure. It still could be your Zanarkand.
Thanks for trying, Orin. I thought if I went with you guys, I might find a way to go back. But it's not that easy.
I'm sorry.
No need to apologize, Braska. It's not your fault. I should be thinking about fighting Sin now anyway. Zanarkand can wait. But I will find my way back.
Be careful, Jecht.
Hey, I'll be alright. You're the one that should be careful. Wouldn't want your little girl to cry.
She'll be alright. She's strong. Like her mother was.
Okay. Well, that's certainly something, I guess. Is there anything else that is around here that I might have missed, I wonder? Did I ever go out in the water? Well, there's an invisible wall, that's probably meant. Alright, you're going to look at the list, see whether there's anything else. I can't even go on there. Still invisible walls. Let's see. I think I haven't seen the one. Check sphere number 8. Moonflow South Wharf. Alright. Yeah, I like the music here too. It's really nice. How do we get to the shoe paths, if I may ask?
You're count.
What's the place I need to land for that? Moonflow? Moonflow sounds about right.
Here we go.
Oh, it's right here. See. Obtain the Jack sphere. Take a look.
so you don't do anything stupid again. I can't believe you attacked that shoe puff. Lord Braska had to pay the handler for damages from his own travel money.
I said I was sorry. It's never gonna happen again. I promise.
Ah, a promise. Which you'll forget come tomorrow. Orin, please, he did apologize. He knows he was wrong.
That's it. Only thing I drink from now on's shoe puff milk.
You're sure?
We're on a journey to fight Sin and save Spira, right? If I keep screwing up and making a fool of myself, my wife and kid are never gonna forgive me.
That's on the record.
This is when Jack decided to sober up. Yep. I think we actually had that information sometime around here already at some point. Like, I remember knowing about this. Poor shoe puff, yeah. Alright, I don't know where the other ones are, but I guess we just go location by location at this point. There's Gagazet Mountain Trial, apparently. One.
You're counting.
So let's go to Mount Gagazet.
Yee-haw! Here we go!
And I don't know where this would be, so if I miss it, feel free to let me know. The thing is, this was after we learned about the spheres to begin with, right? So technically I could have gotten this on the way through. That one is just before Seymour Flux. Oh, would it make more sense for me to go from Zanarkand backwards? In a hidden alcove. Interesting. No, cause cave. Okay. I figured it might be after the cave, but I guess in this case it's before. You can see it on the minimap when you're there. Alrighty. I'm walking in circles. Might have been just there. I might have been just there. You can see the little jotting bit on the map. This thing? It's here, I've already gotten it, I guess. And it is not this one. Can I check which ones I've gotten already? Doesn't look like it. Hmm. I assume I missed it? Yeah, this was where Seymour Flux was. I might have missed it or already had it, and I just don't know about it. I would want an image of where it is. That would be nice. But this is not the place. Is your favorite song in the OST? It's really nice. There's something special about ice, snow themes in games, it feels like. That's over there. Can I just keep going through here or what? I wanna go down there. Or up there. I don't know whether it's up or down. Not here anyways. Just going backwards. Probably have to go around somewhere else. That doesn't seem right. Maybe it's backwards and through down. Can't do that. I'm very confused. Yeah, this is back here again. Just walk backwards, but I don't know which direction is backwards. Aren't I just walking in a circle now? I'm getting confused. This probably is where I need to go. I think this is it. And I haven't been here. I have been here. Alright. I would have been very surprised. Okay, we do have this one already. Good to know. Now I need to find the other ones. Because I already have this one apparently. How come you never played this game before? Other things to do, largely. I mean, I technically have played this game before, but I never owned a PlayStation myself for a really long time. I basically just got the PlayStation from my childhood friend for a few days, and that's when I played up to where Seymour summons Anima in order to fight you, and I didn't get past that point before I had to get the PlayStation back. And, well, I just really haven't played since then, really. Kind of that simple. Nothing more complicated than that. Similarly, I've never played Final Fantasy VII particularly far. Okay, let's see. We have gotten the one in Besaid Village, I know that one. Makalani Woods is there too. Licky Ship we also have. Ah, I see, I know which one we haven't gotten anymore. Apparently there is one in Luca. In the Orox locker room. I didn't even know you could get back there. Hey, look, there's an all-bet primer as well, apparently. Number 6. I'm not gonna worry about getting all of the primers, just in case you're curious. I don't think it's all that interesting to get them. There's a crest or a sigil here too. Isn't that just for walk up and you get the blitzball stuff? There it is. That's the last one, I think. Paint the Jackstreer. Let's take a look.
Hey, Aaron, did you get that last match?
Yeah, but I don't understand why you wanted me to. Didn't you say you have blitzball in your Xanarkand?
Not a sportsman, are you?
Working on your form?
My form don't need no work. I'm the Great Jet. It's for my kid.
Your son plays blitzball?
Yeah, and he wants to beat his old man bad. Once I told him to give it up. He didn't speak to me for a week. Wonder what he's doing now. I hope he got bigger and put on some muscle. Hey, what's the big idea? Stop shooting.
Aww. Orin has learned the overdrive tornado. Oh. We have to try that one out now. Hi guys. What are you doing in here? Something written on the wall. Ugh. The camera, please. That's a wrap on the Jack spheres, indeed. And at this point, it's basically just a bit of Block Spheres farms, and I'll just check out the rest, I suppose. And before I do anything else, Titus, just equip a different weapon for now. Turns out we still need
I'll be
some
right back.
overdrive on Orin real quick. What overdrive thingy do you have, Orin? Mode, Comrade. Comrade is fine. Don't I have pistol? Oh, I do. You're correct. I forgot about that. And trust, that's the one. Alright. Special. And trust. Wait. Or need slightly more than that. Yeah, Murray. And trust. There we go, Orin. Now you just need to be able to go sometime. Alrighty. Let's see. Orin! Tornado, damage all enemies. He tells the others to run away, that's kinda neat. I was too slow! I need to do this slightly faster. Hello. Oh my god, they're so much faster than Orin. I didn't know when the thing was gonna come up for the overdrive. Alright, this time I got it. Does this do anything special? It looks pretty neat, honestly. Just what is in this jug? Well, that's an excellent question. Alrighty. Well, next time we are back here. I will have the luck spheres. I'm not gonna put them into a sphere grid until I'm back on stream, but I might plan out where to put them, figure out whether we have enough space. But until then, this is that for now for Final Fantasy X. Not a whole lot left. I was kind of hoping I could sneak by without having to do anything like that, but... I might as well do it once. We're this far at this point. So everybody, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed being around and, well, hopefully until next time. Take care and have a good night.